Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today for day 2 of the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I am Sheena Brooks, the Public Outreach Manager and today's board clerk. Today, we are joined by the following Board of Environmental staff persons: Swati Sharma, our Executive Officer; Greg Forrest, our Attorney; Aaron Gale, Board Specialist; Evelyn Nuno, Board Specialist; and Linda Ocampo, our Senior Staff Engineer. I would also like to introduce and thank today's support team, DTSC's OEIM staff who assist us with our technical needs, Jenny Sanchez and Hazel Alamares; California State University Sacramento staff who assist with our Zoom facilitation, Corin Chopin and Danessa Quintos. From Cal Interpreting and Translations, we are joined by our 2 Spanish interpreters, Aldo Renteria and Andres Marquez. And from Cal Recycle's AV Services, who are currently live streaming today's meeting, Josh Levesky, Abe Myers, and Joaquin Murrieta. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and by your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is May 23rd, 2024 at 9:01, and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you, Sheena. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sushma Bhatia.
Here.
Ingrid Brostrom.
Here.
Georgette Gomez. Jeannie Rizzo.
Present.
Alexis Strauss-Hacker.
Present.
4 of 5 members are present. A quorum is established. I will now review some logistical items for this meeting. We are conducting today's meeting in person, as well as offering remote options for public participation by phone and Zoom. For those of you joining us on Zoom, I would like to instruct everyone to select their preferred language option so that you will be able to fully participate in today's meeting. To do so, everyone needs to select the interpretation icon on your Zoom toolbar, which is located at the bottom of your screen. Please select your language preference by selecting either English or Spanish. If you select Spanish, you will be placed in the Spanish interpretation room. Please note, if you do not see the interpretation icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. For participants who have joined in person and would prefer to participate in this meeting in Spanish, we have headsets on our interpretation table at the back of the room. You may make your way over there now, and a staff person will assist you. For those of you in the room, due to the building's low internet bandwidth, we ask that you not connect to the auditorium's Wi-Fi. Please either use your mobile data or mobile hotspot. Additionally, if you will be following along on Zoom in the room, please ensure that your device's speaker and microphone are muted. And for the record, member Georgette Gomez joined us at 9:02 a.m., so a full quorum is established. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish. The phone numbers are provided to you now on the slide, and they will be provided in the chat, and they are also posted on our website. We will now hear one of our interpreters provide these instructions for us in Spanish.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Antes que nada, les queremos dar la bienvenida. Esta reunión ofrecerá servicios de interpretación. Si usted nos acompaña en línea por medio de Zoom, verá en la parte inferior de su pantalla un icono en forma de un mundo. Favor de presionar ese icono y elegir el idioma de su preferencia. En este caso sería español. Una vez que lo haga, vuélvalo a presionar para que pueda poner el audio original en silencio, y eso le permitirá escuchar al intérprete en vivo. Si tiene alguna pregunta o duda, favor de escribirlo en el chat o alzar su mano y con mucho gusto la apoyaremos. También tiene la opción de acompañarnos por medio de llamada telefónica y el número está presente ahorita en la diapositiva. Si tiene nuevamente una pregunta, comuníquese con nosotros y con gusto la apoyaremos. Que tenga una buena reunión y gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy. Back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aldo. We would like
Pleasure.
to thank both Aldo and Andres, who are interpreting today's meeting for us in Spanish. Some additional logistics, please look around now and identify 2 exits closest to you. In some cases, an exit may be behind you. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room. So please take your valuables with you and do not use the elevators. We will use the stairwell. And should we have to relocate out of the building, please obey all traffic signals and exercise caution crossing the street. The restrooms are located by the elevators outside the hall. Make a left just outside the auditorium doors. You will see the men's restroom. And if you continue past the elevators, you will see the women's restroom. With the exception of water, food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. Agenda times may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items. Meeting materials are available on the registration table located at the back, and they can also be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Closed captions are enabled, and you can move the caption display or turn it off altogether. And to protect everyone's virtual space and networks, we will use the Q&A function as our chat function to ensure that harmful spam links are not shared with our virtual attendees. The Q&A function will be reserved for those attendees that are experiencing technical difficulties or are unable to make verbal comments. Please clearly state at the beginning of your comment, please read aloud, and a designated staff person will notify me. Making sure that all board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations and discussions. They are not reading or following along in the chat. All participants will remain muted until a Zoom host unmutes them once recognized for comment. And the only videos or screens shared will be of the board clerk or presenters. We are looking forward to hearing from the public throughout the meeting and have scheduled times on the agenda to do so. We welcome everyone that is joining us today in Berkeley. For those that are joining us in person and wish to comment, to prevent a line from forming at the podium, please raise your hand and I will call on you individually. For those joining on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. If you have joined the Spanish channel, please wait for instructions and interpreters will notify us if you have comment. I will acknowledge each commenter by first and last name as displayed on Zoom, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any names. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may submit it to us via email to besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. If you are experiencing technical difficulties or are unable to make verbal comments, you may use the Q&A chat function. And again, please read aloud at the start of your comment. Our public forum for today for items not on the agenda will be agenda item number 7 and will be held once we return from our lunch break this afternoon at approximately 1:25. For those that wish to comment during public forum, we thank you for completing the sign-up form in advance. And for those that were unable to sign up in advance, we have comment cards available at the registration desk or up here at the podium. Please fill it out and return it to either myself, Erin, or Evelyn. And when we open the floor for public forum, we will call on the sign-up list first and then call on those in the order in which the comment cards were received. So we will start taking those as of this morning, all the way up and through agenda item number 7. That concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I will now hand it over to Chair Rizzo for agenda item 2.
Thank you, Sheena. There'll be a quiz on that during the break, and people who get all the answers correctly can have a scone. So I want to say good morning and welcome again to day 2 of the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. For those of you who missed day 1 yesterday, all the materials are posted on our website for your review. And as usual, a recording will be made available on YouTube page in the coming weeks. We asked yesterday if anyone had any comments on the DTSC and leadership evaluation, and reminded everyone yesterday that you have 30 days for public comment. The entire 15-page evaluation is on our website, and we welcome you to provide us with your comments. Those comments will then be appended to the review and resubmitted to the secretary and available on our website. There's a change in today's agenda. For those of you who were here yesterday, you know that Brian Brown, the CFO, Chief Financial Officer for DTSC, was called to a ledge hearing, so he will be on the agenda this morning. It is now DTSC budget update, agenda number 4. It will follow the leadership report and come right before the hazardous waste management report. So I just want you to know that. Today we'll get a full report from DTSC Director Dr. Meredith Williams and her team on a wide range of issues, including the 2024 priorities, Kettleman Hills facility, FiberTech, Exide, the EJAC, Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, and Consumer Products Program. We'll then receive an in-depth update from the Hazardous Waste Management Program, which includes SB 673 Track 2, enforcement, and the Hazardous Waste Management Plan, which comes under that program. So we're sort of reorienting everybody to understand that the hazardous waste folks have many things in their program. One of them is the plan, but there's a lot more for them to report on. We have a midday lunch break, as Sheena mentioned. Right after the lunch break, it'll be public forum for comments, questions, not on the agenda. So if you want to comment on any of these agenda items, there'll be ample time during those segments. We'll also be joined this afternoon by the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project, Radius Recycling, and DTSC to discuss issues around metal shredders. So hang on this afternoon for that. So I hope the breadth and depth of the topics that we're covering today will be interesting and useful to you. And so, of course, we look forward to your comments throughout the day. And as Sheena has told you, you go to the BES info and send us emails, communicate with us. We're happy to hear from you. So I am now pleased to introduce and turn to Dr. Meredith Williams, the Director of the Department of Toxic Substances Control, for her leadership report. Welcome, Meredith.
Good morning. Welcome back. Las tarjetas. Good morning.
Morning.
And welcome to those who are attending remotely and in the room. Glad to see some of you here today. A lot of ground to cover today. So as usual, you guys always like a nice light agenda. So with that, I'll dive right in. Next slide, please. Or do I have a, oh, I'm the master of my. It's on. It does look like it's, yeah, it's on. Maybe it was not awake. Maybe it was just. I'm going to start talking. And if somebody can advance this, that's great. Okay, great. So today we'll talk a little bit about the 2024 priorities as they're currently constituted. We had a good discussion yesterday about shifting those priorities to align with the fiscal year. I'm not going to talk about a lot of the priorities in detail. You have the updates. I'm happy to answer any questions. There's just one that I'm going to spend a little time discussing. Obviously, the Kettleman draft permit decision is of great interest. We have some community members here today. I'm sure they'll have some comments, and I'm sure you're all very interested in understanding where we are with that. I'll touch on the FiberTech permit, the draft permit decision, provide the requested Exide update that you'd like to get most meetings, touch on the EJAC, and then wrap up with some news about safer consumer products. And I'm going to apologize in advance because I know that not all of you have had an in-depth overview of even how safer consumer products works, but I'm going to throw you in the deep end on that one and just tell you where we are on one of our issues. So moving to the objectives, there are numerous of the priorities for the year that are discussed elsewhere in the agenda. So plenty of opportunity to dig into those. I did want to highlight that the strategic plan dashboard does get updated regularly, and most recently on May 15th. Of note, sea level rise guidance. And I'm not sure you even caught that in the notes about the update, but there's been a change. We had issued a sea level rise guidance to the project managers who oversee cleanup projects for the department. And we did that based on Ocean Protection Council, OPC, their guidance. And that happened more than a year ago. We kind of kicked the tires on it by using that guidance over the course of the year, had a very extended comment period so that people who were using and referencing the guidance could tell us what's working, what's not working, how we could make it better, with the full intent of revising that guidance based on all that comment period. But it's critically important, and many agencies within the state are focused on staying aligned with the Ocean Protection Council. And Ocean Protection Council recently made a pretty important pivot. When we initially drafted the guidance, they had said to plan for certain scenarios. The scenarios being sea level rise of 3.5 feet by the year 2050 and 6 feet by the year 2100. They have moved away from that, and the plan now is to think more in terms of the risk, the actual risk of sea level rise. So that's more situational, more specific to the conditions of a given site. And, you know, the potentially the storm potential, storm potential for a given site, all of these things are going to be taken into account. So we're taking a pretty significant step back to decide how to address this shift in the policy. In some ways, I think we'll end up in something that looks a little similar, but I think the thought about how we approach that will be different. I think one thing that this risk-based approach does is, if you're actually thinking about the risk, you're actually going to set priorities based on the risk in terms of all the sites that may need to be reconsidered in terms of the protectiveness in the face of sea level rise. So I wanted to call out that particular change, and we'll be keeping you updated. Again, we're going to be revisiting all of the priorities and objectives and metrics anyway, and I'm not sure we fully have a good target for what this means in terms of what we can deliver over the reporting period. Next slide, please. Moving on to Kettleman, we did release a draft permit in early April. As a reminder, Kettleman is one of the 2 hazardous waste landfills in the state, the second one being Buttonwillow. It has been operating on a continued permit since 2013, and the original permit is even older than that, obviously. We are now proposing a new 10-year permit, and obviously, and I know a number of you have visited the site. It is the closest population is Kettleman City, and that's a very environmentally burdened community. And we did want to take those burdens into account as we crafted the permit. Next slide, please. The permit is much stronger, and we do a couple of things of note. For instance, as the waste comes in to the facility, it's going to get much more rigorous characterization. And then as the waste gets placed throughout the facility, there's verification of what's being placed. There's a lot of additional monitoring that's going to take place just to give us a better sense of all the conditions there. We have no reason to believe that groundwater is affecting any of the local populations. Nevertheless, making sure of that, getting a better sense of things. And that includes thinking about the air monitoring and doing more, gathering data that will help with weather station relocation to make sure that we're actually capturing things in the way that are meaningful given the conditions. I also will mention that they want to be able to shred drums as they come in, and we have proposed to approve that shredder. Just returning to Kettleman City and the vulnerability of that population. As we all know, SB 673 regulations call for us to consider community vulnerability as we make our permit decisions. Those regulations are not in place. We proposed to look at the pollution burdens based on CalEnviroScreen. I think you all know what CalEnviroScreen is. The audience may not. It's a tool developed by the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment to look at the different things that could be impacting a community. And it's calculated on the base of a census tract. And for any given census tract, they think about what's the air pollution and quality in terms of particulate matter, or what's the water quality. They think about socioeconomic factors such as emergency room visits, what's the poverty, what's the language access. Is this a community that is linguistically isolated? And based on all of those factors, they come up with a score that places any given census tract relative to other census tracts throughout the state. And Kettleman City is in the 92nd percentile on the census tract. So we did take this into account, looked at some of the burdens and put in some conditions that could address things. There really are not the nexus between the operations of the facility and the community there, and the things that are driving the CalEnviroScreen score aren't that strong. For instance, the truck traffic, the overall traffic is not such a big contributor to the CalEnviroScreen score, but nevertheless, we took extra care to think about that, to think about how to minimize those impacts as we developed the permit. So we have released a report that outlines what our findings were for the facility, for the community, and then we engaged with the community in a public meeting, and we are working to make sure that we take into account whether or not the community experience is the same. And to that end, we held a public workshop a couple of weeks ago that went through the CalEnviroScreen score, talked to community members about what their concerns were. We were able to get tremendous support from other government agencies because obviously we don't have the authority that would help address some of the issues that are found. So we did get cooperation from the Department of Pesticide Regulation and the Water Board, and US EPA showed out in force to be able to answer questions. And already we saw some good outcome because in the next week when we had a meeting that was really focused on walking people through the permit, what the conditions were, and how the permit comment period will work. Someone from the county Department of Public Works came to speak directly to some of the questions that were raised the previous week, because some of the things that are impacting the quality of life that don't necessarily show up in the CalEnviroScreen score are a lack of sidewalks or, very poor road conditions. These are things that it does take a whole of government approach to consider. So we will continue to keep a focus on trying to bring in whatever resources we can as we go through this comment period. The comment period for the permit itself will be open until July 2nd. And then, of course, we will respond to comments, take into consideration the input we receive, and decide how to move forward. Don't you just love it when your computer starts talking to you? Fibertech. Fibertech, we public noticed that permit decision quite some time ago, and we got a tremendous number of community comments. Community members, as you can see, raised a range of questions, concerns, the chrome-6 in the groundwater and soil contamination being probably foremost among the concerns. And we have taken those things into consideration and are finalizing new permit conditions that would directly address those public comments. We've also, I think, just engaged the community much more deeply than we had before we issued the draft permit. And so I think that's helped us understand what our opportunities are to move this forward. And we do expect to see that final permit in perhaps the next month. Exide, lots going on as always with Exide. First of all, the residential cleanup is now in full swing. There are 20 crews in the field. I think last week they cleaned up 14 properties, completed cleanup on 14 properties. So we're moving along at a good pace. The third-party monitor is on board, established, has his crew in place. They're out walking the sites, gathering information, and reporting back, generating reports that we can then use to improve things. I think it's as expected that there are some kinks, nothing, I don't think that's a showstopper, but just in terms of how to get information that is most useful for the department to take action, or for us to hold the contractor accountable. And so there have been some refinements to the reporting from the third-party monitor. And we continue to be engaged with them to strengthen their work and make sure the workflow is smooth. The feedback system has been up and running now for several months. We've received 63 complaints or issues, concerns raised through the feedback system, the online feedback system. And of those, 86% of those have been closed already. The vast majority, the average of those the issues that come in, it takes about 6 days to complete the issues. So we're seeing a reasonable ability to close out the issues. We are capturing information, not just that's coming in through the website, but anything that comes in through the hotline, anything that comes in on a public meeting. We're funneling all of that through this Exide project, Exide cleanup feedback management system. So we're pleased with how that's working so far. And this has been a point of discussion with the working group. We've had a lot of good conversation with the working group, challenging. I think sometimes trust is built when you're able to really talk about the tough stuff. There have been some tough conversations lately just about how to provide the transparency that is warranted and expected from the community, how to build that into the process. For instance, there's a concern that the department might be interfering with the third-party monitors. So how do we get the information from the third-party monitor in a way that's transparent enough for communities to see that, yet at the same time be responsive, and that in a way that's allows us to be responsive as quickly as we can. So that's going to actually be the focus of discussions later this week with the working group. And I think that we're optimistic that we can find a process that meets those objectives. And I will just, if anybody from the working group is online, just express my appreciation for them continuing to show up, even when there have been some concerns. But lately, the commitment to moving forward, moving the cleanup forward, it's been signaling through, and we want to make it work. So on the parkways, we have one parkways contract. The south contract is in place, and that cleanup is going to start in June. And for that, and I forgot my little cheat sheet on the work program, the environmental workers training program. We did, the union ran the work program this time around. I think they had about 90 people that started in, that applied. A number of them didn't make it through boot camp. So in the end, 17 people are graduating. And so there's a graduation ceremony coming up, and those folks will likely be pulled into the Parkways cleanup system, or Parkways cleanup. So happy to see the work program back up and running. It is very rigorous. It's very demanding. That's hard work. So And then I think all of you know that the NPL listing process for to get, and I should say national priorities list, which is the Superfund list, which means that the US EPA would have a more significant role in the cleanup. They would be potentially take it all over. The funds, federal funds could flow in if it does end up on the Superfund list. And there's a process to list something on the NPL list. And that process is well underway. And Region 9 has concluded that they would like to see the site listed. And as part of that, they send a letter to headquarters in DC saying, we think this is a site that warrants listing. And of course, they want to make sure the state is well aware of that request, because there are obligations for the state. Any site that gets listed as a Superfund site on the national priorities list comes with a commitment that the state will pay for 10% of the remediation. And then if there is long-going on-term operations and maintenance costs, those are fully assumed by the state. So the EPA definitely needs to have concurrence. The state is wants this to move forward, eyes wide open, and ready to meet those obligations. I think this is the last Exide thing I wanted to mention was the equity and contracting discussion. Thank you again for participating in the contracting process. We have some strategies that are laid down here about how we are taking what we learned through the process, as well as our EJ environmental framework that we released last year, and integrating that into a policy that supports equity and contracting. How do we get more small businesses in, and how do we not just do that, but leverage the small business subcontracting in our master contracts? We have master contracts that we use for, to be able to deploy for a range of the work that we do. And so we want to make sure that we have things lined up for vulnerable community businesses to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. We want to make sure there's greater awareness in the business community of the work that we do and the contracting opportunities. And that means reaching out to some of the Hispanic chambers of commerce or the African American chambers of commerce and things like that. And then moving the environmental justice and equity concerns into the contract selection process, moving it earlier in the process than it was in the Exide case. And making sure the requirements are clear and our expectations are clear. We're moving to make sure that happens. So these are some of the things that we want to put in place. And of course, we want to make sure it's measurable. Is it working? So with that, I think we will have that policy available for you within just a few weeks. And so we'd like to reconvene, and we'd like to know who to connect with. I'm not going to make assumptions to talk about the policy, talk about whether or not it addresses the feedback you provided, and continue to strengthen that policy. Yeah. Environmental Justice Advisory Council, we are close to getting all the documents buttoned up. I think we really are dotting I's and crossing T's on the documents that are the governing documents. Of course, there are all sorts of procedural documents about how we're going to reimburse people and how we're going to keep records of finances and things like that. And those are still under development, but they're not gating to starting the recruitment, I don't think. I think we can start the recruitment. We are on track to do that in Q3. Okay, pivoting to safer consumer products. Show of hands, how many of you have been briefed on safer consumer products? All the force. Okay. So the way Safer Consumer Products program works is it's about getting toxic chemicals out of consumer products and driving manufacturers to make safer formulations, designs, etc. The way that happens is there's a universe of chemicals that are potentially problematic. We look at those chemicals, associated them with individual products. And if we think that product chemical combination has the potential for harm, we designate that as a priority product. That happens through a regulatory process, rulemaking. If a product becomes a priority product, the manufacturer has a couple course choices in terms of they can take the product off the market, or they can notify us that they're removing the chemical, or they can go through the alternatives analysis process to try to find a safer alternative. And that's the heart of the program in some ways, is trying to change the paradigm for how people design products, bring them to market by making folks think on a multidimensional level about the potential harm from chemicals and products. So that's the quick and dirty. And then, of course, once we get those alternatives analyses, we decided whether or not we concur with the proposed alternative. We have, we issue a regulatory response that says, sounds good, you got 3 years to phase in the new formulation, or nope, we don't buy it, we're going to ban the product, or a wide range of things. We're undergoing that for a couple of our products now. So all that to say, how do we decide what products and chemical combinations we're going to focus on? That happens through the priority product work plan. The regulations call for us to provide some visibility, some transparency to what the universe of product chemical combinations might be over the course of 3 years. The work plan is issued every 3 years. And so we have just issued that work plan, and the team is already thinking about how to implement the work plan, how to move forward with the product chemical combinations that are called out in that work plan. So just highlighting a couple aspects of the work plan. Next slide, please. Oh, no, I think I'm good. Because the universe of products is so huge, one of the things that's important is to figure out how you're going to make your decisions. And we do that by setting up some policy priorities or some considerations that will help us prioritize. And those are called out in the work plan. In this work plan, we have a couple things that are called out. Number one, we've already been looking at microplastics, and we're going to continue to maintain that focus by looking at products that might release microplastics into the environment. Another thing that we're going to do is continue to work to find those places where vulnerable communities are disproportionately impacted and take action on those products. And of course, the examples from the work that we've done a lot of work around nail salons and nail salon products. The women who work, largely women, not exclusively women, who work in that field are often women of childbearing age. Maybe English isn't their second language, largely Vietnamese in California. And so it's important to make sure that they have the opportunity to work with products that are not going to adversely impact them or their children. So that's been a very big focus. We've also looked at workers who may not be adequately protected through OSHA's authority. And we've continued to, and we're looking at things like hair straightening products, which are used by women of color. So that will continue to guide how we prioritize products. And then the last thing I want to highlight is we very much want to take advantage of our sister agencies, make sure we can do whatever we can to support them, help their work be as impactful as possible. Sometimes the water board may identify a problem, but they can't solve it because they don't have the alternative. Safer Consumer Products provides the opportunity for true source control, where you're getting rid of the chemical at the source as opposed to downstream after it's already been released into the environment or after it's been taken up by our bodies. So these are the considerations that will guide the implementation of the work plan. The work plan includes a number of categories that are already in process based on the last work plan, and I'm highlighting those particular ones that are already under evaluation. Personal care products, hygiene products, they're pretty self-explanatory. I do want to highlight The paints had been within the building products category, but the team decided to pull it out as its own standalone product category, just because it turns out it's quite a rich, quite a rich and complex category. And so they will give attention to that category. And again, part of what we want to do with the work plan is send some market signals. And by pulling it out, it's a clearer market signal that this is an area of focus. There are also categories that we think, we may want to take a look at this. If it's not in the work plan, we can't even take a look at things. So we've called out some that are intended for evaluation. And, we have reason to think that there are problems. I mean, look at the bottom left is metal plating facilities and products that are used in those facilities. That's a well-known problematic industry in terms of environmental releases. So we want to make sure that we have access to those categories. Should we have the resources, the bandwidth to move them along? Should studies come up that say, oh, there's a problem with a particular thing, we want to be able to be responsive. And there's some pretty big categories in there: motor vehicle parts, accessories, etc., and electronics. So go big or go home. And with that, I think that concludes my update. And as always, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to start off with board discussion, I'd like to call on, in the order of Director Williams's agenda items, for Kettleman Hills facility, Member Brostrom, I believe you have an update.
So I actually went to 2 meetings in Kettleman this last month. The first was the May 9th meeting around cumulative impacts in the CES, Callan virus screen data. And I just wanted to report on some of the comments and themes that I felt emerged from that meeting after listening to public comment. So some of the themes that emerged at the workshop included questions and concerns on just the large size of the census tract. Oftentimes in rural areas, they tend to be very large census tracts because of the lower population. And the ability of that to mask some of the Kettleman City specific indicators. And I think that specifically there's low indicator scores for hazardous waste and traffic and transportation. So that was something that members of the public noted, and also the inclusion of another population center. I think the Santa Rosa Rancheria was also in the census tract, so that also could skew some of the impacts in Kettleman City, which is the closest community. A lot of the other comments focused on the lack of infrastructure and investment in Kettleman City, which is an unincorporated community. Despite the presence of the large Kettleman Hills facility nearby, and residents specifically named inadequate streets, poor quality water, crowded housing, and transportation difficulties with the current closure of Highway 41. So those were some of the comments that I heard there in the themes. I also attended the meeting on May 10th. Oh, sorry, that was Santa Susana. On May 15th, I attended the public meeting and hearing on the Kettleman Hills facility draft permit, also in Kettleman City. And again, the themes that arose there included questions about the safety of the facility in cases of natural disasters, such as earthquakes, the adequacy of financial assurances and community protections for long-term post-closure care, questions on whether financial assurances would cover any future impacts on the community, concerns that the air monitoring system could be turned off at the request of the operator, concerns about uncertainty about the cause of the spike in birth defects in Kettleman City in the late 2000s, concerns that the civil rights analysis was subject to potential conflicts of interest and did not include resident feedback, the impact of the lack of SB 673 regulations on cumulative impacts and community vulnerability. So those are more specific to the facility. But also, again, another theme was that residents expressed frustration at the poor conditions in Kettleman City itself and the lack of investments. And again, named the poor conditions of the streets, the poor maintenance of the local park, concerns around flooding, and a general lack of investment in the community, despite the presence of a large hazardous waste landfill nearby. So that's what I heard from the community during the feedback.
Thank you.
I'm glad. There were a couple of things you said that I hadn't heard before, but generally that aligns with what we heard. And obviously these are things that we're taking in. They'll be considered in terms of just continuing to consider permit conditions that are relevant. And as I said, whatever we can do to bring a whole of government approach to addressing the wide array of issues is what we're committed to doing that.
Anything else? Any other discussion? As long as we're on camera. Anything else? Any other board members have? Just sort of stay in the theme here until we go to the next topic. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm quickly pulling up the draft permit and I was just scanning through it. So I haven't read it, so full disclosure yet. But I have a couple of questions. One is in relation to the Cal Enviro, if you can speak a little bit more, because I'm trying to wrap my mind in terms of how is it influencing the draft permit, or are there's, if I understood it, there's 2 tracks. Or am I not understanding it correctly?
Okay, so I think the 2 tracks refers to perhaps SB 673.
Right.
Okay, so let me clarify this. We cannot say this often enough. SB 673 required us to do multiple things. We implemented quite a number of those with the violation scoring procedure, strengthened financial assurance requirements for facilities, and a number of other things. We called that track 1.
Mm-hmm.
Track 2 is the regulations associated with community vulnerability and cumulative impacts.
Mm-hmm.
So that, does that clarify the track 1, track 2 thing?
Yes.
Okay.
So now and now we have a draft, a draft permit.
A draft permit, and obviously we don't have 673 regulations in place. So what do?
Correct.
What we did was, if the intent is to understand the vulnerabilities of the community and make sure those vulnerabilities are considered as part of the permit making process, what is our path to doing that? So the tool we had to start with was Cal Enviro Screen. The idea is that Cal Enviro Screen it's the tool we have. Many other states don't even have a tool like this at the granularity of a census tract to be able to figure out what the burdens of a particular community are. And we looked at that and we crosswalked. It has the different indicators, the 21 indicators, and we looked at those indicators and crosswalked it to the operations of the facility to try to identify places where there might be opportunity for us to strengthen a given permit condition to directly address one of the burdens that we identified through Cal Enviro Screen. Additionally, we want to verify that what we interpreted from you looking at Cal Enviro Screen actually reflects what's going on in the community. And I think this issue of, something got washed out because of the size of the census tract or because of a different community. And we think that this particular issue is impacting us more than what your analysis indicates. That's what this conversation is happening now, to understand whether there are additional vulnerabilities and potentially additional permit conditions that we should put in place in order to address the vulnerability.
Okay, so I think I'm understanding it. My follow-up to that is, what is the timing of this additional exploratory phase in terms of identifying something that wasn't flagged through the
And
the reason I'm asking for that is,
Yes.
does it line up with this permit?
Yes, it does.
After
That's the simple
that's
answer
very
is
significant.
the simple answer is it does.
Okay.
Obviously we have to get that information soon enough
Right,
to be able to make sure that the final permit reflects it.
correct.
So there, that's the goal.
Okay,
I don't have the dates off the top of
that's
my head.
okay. That's what I was trying to get.
Okay.
to, if There's that's,
Okay.
alignment. And then, I had another question. So maybe I'll follow up with staff because this is a little bit getting more technical, just because I am looking, I heard what you said about how you're approaching the overall impacts and how it's reflected. I'm literally just looking at the table of content and it doesn't tell me any of that. So
Yeah.
perhaps I can follow up with
You're
staff.
looking at the permit or you're looking,
Draft permit. Mhm.
I think the Cal EnviroScreen analysis
Okay.
will tell you for this particular indicator,
Uh-huh.
we identified this permit condition that constrain. So it's kind of, it's
Okay.
easier to get to that answer that you're looking for
Okay.
through the Cal EnviroScreen analysis.
Okay.
But staff can also just off the top of their head say, this was what we did.
Okay, then let me do that and then follow up with staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is not a question, but mostly a comment, which is, first of all, great to hear that you've done a workshop to introduce the community to the permit conditions and hear their concerns and suggestions. It would be great to understand what modifications are being made to the draft permit
Right.
based on the community feedback. So if you can,
So
in a July workshop.
Oh, so I don't know that we'll have all of that. We have a pretty extended by July. We have a pretty extended public comment period. We will respond to all the public comments. We will make sure that people have the visibility as to what changes in the final permit condition. All of that will be visible. Timing, well, the permit comment goes till, no, I'm thinking my work plan, July 2nd. It is July 2nd. So by July 11th, I mean, maybe we would have an initial, by 17th, that's right. Maybe we'll have an initial snapshot, but our team takes months to consider the comments, to figure out how to address them and any changes to the permit. It's a process. And again, lots of transparency in terms of response to comments.
Understood, but at a future board meeting, it would be great to
Yes.
story back to say, hey, people,
Absolutely.
feedback, and like in addition to the individual responses, this kind of summary of what has changed.
Absolutely. That will be available.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking at Director Williams' items, we will turn to Member Gomez to provide her board member update on Excite and EJAC.
Those online and here, the board members who work on subcommittees with a specific area that they're paying very close attention to are the people that have the most in-depth questions or comments because they have been engaged in it. We don't all go together to any meeting, so one or two of us cover different things. So that's why you're hearing the board report on something that the director is reporting rather than lumped together after the fact, and you can't see the connectivity. So that's why we're doing it this way, and we hope that makes it more meaningful for all of you. Thank you, Georgette.
Yeah, so I'll start with X side, being that now I'm the new lead for the board. There is a working group meeting this Friday that has been scheduled. And there has been a lot of back and forth discussions with Dr. Williams and Charlene with some representatives of the working group to address some of the transparency and follow-ups and all of that. So I think there's been a lot of time in between and improving the systems to ensure that that it moves forward in a productive way. And I think DTSC is working on those structures internally. So hopefully this Friday, I think it'll be the beginning of those conversations, and continuing on some of the concerns, such as now that the third party monitoring is in place, and they're starting to make reports. What is the system, right? So all of that is being discussed and will be discussed at the working group. there so yeah, so that's what's going on with the X side. EJAC, I think EJAC from the lens of BES, right now we're just waiting on DTSC to finalize the documentation. I will say though that I think there was a reference to the establishment of the EJAC in quarter three. Quarter three has 3 months. So I'm wondering if we can be a little bit more specific, because I think before we were shooting for July, is it July?
Yeah, we were.
July 1st to have
Yeah.
EJAC ready to go. So I think we're pushing it. And I just want us to be transparent, because
Yeah.
now that
and-
we're saying quarter three, it worries me that quarter three could be September.
Oh,
And if that is
Yeah.
the case, we should say it, and that should be the expectation, because last time we said it was December. December turned into July, and now we're looking at September.
Yeah.
That's concerning.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think it's going to be September. I really do hope it's going to be earlier than that.
mhm,
And part of the reason we said Q3 is for that very uncertainty.
mhm,
Are we going to get candidates?
right.
How quickly are we going to be able to seat them? We have people lined up to help us with to help navigate the process of selection. I think we're in good shape there. So it's all a question of, can we be efficient?
Mhm.
And so July is, I can tell you, July is a stretch. That's a stretch.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to take an action item to come back to the board and give a more specific date.
Yeah.
Even before the next board meeting, we can provide that.
And that would be great, just because I feel like it's
It just slipped.
been,
It slipped.
it's getting pushed.
Yep.
It's worrisome.
I'm
this point,
not
yeah.
happy either. If
Yeah.
it's any comfort to you,
Okay,
I want
wanted
to
to
see
say
this
that.
EJAC seated.
Great.
It's very important.
Thank you.
thank you.
I have a couple of questions that have come up in the past about the MPL listing.
Mhm.
And is it your expectation that the structures that you've been developing with the working group, with the contractor, with all the things that you're doing to be responsive to community would remain and travel with an NPL listing? Is there any risk of losing
Yeah,
any of the investment that you've made in bringing the community more closely into this process?
this is a question for US EPA, quite frankly. That said, they understand. They're very well aware of the community engagement and what we've been doing over the past year. US EPA as a whole has greatly expanded their staffing and resources for environmental justice and addressing environmental justice concerns. And they have more resources in Region 9 than they have in the past. So I literally cannot speak for them. It depends on how there's so many questions about how this could unfold and what DTSC's role will be. DTSC will likely still have a role, and depending on what our role is, that would influence our ability to maintain some of the things that we put in place.
So I think the goal that we all have is not to lose any ground.
Yeah.
It's been, hard fought now for a long time.
Mhm.
And so to the extent, and if there's anything that the board can do to support that
Mhm.
or support you in that push or that request, please don't hesitate to call if we have any value to add to that. Thank you. My second question, since I'm taking the liberty, yay on the safer consumer products. It's near and dear to my heart, having been involved in the initial legislation and watching this grow over time. And the adding microplastics and it's just fabulous. So really looking forward to the implementation of that plan. And I think if anyone questions the value of disclosure bills, look at the value that it has when ingredient disclosure is required, that you then have the opportunity to know what's in them and not have to reverse engineer everything. I mean, 15 years ago, it said fragrance,
Right.
and you had no idea of what of 1,100 chemicals could be in it. So I think the progression, what it reminds me is all the pieces that have to be put in place that seem outside of the scope, but they're essential to getting that done. So I'm really looking forward to hearing more about the implementation of the program, and the work plan looks fabulous to me, but I'll admit to my own bias. And I know from a nail salon perspective, that's something Swati worked on for years. Sushma was involved in that. So you've got some happy faces up here on safer consumer products. Thank you for that work.
I am going to comment on the transparency. One of the biggest challenges for the program has been that very exercise of is a chemical in a given product. And the transparency bills have been able to accelerate the work. And not only that, there are nonprofits and places that are gathering all the data from the labels, creating databases that then allow us to
And one of the advantages is you didn't have to have ingredients listed on the labels that you bought in the store, but if you sold it online, you did. So the scouring of all the online websites to pull down the ingredient lists, that was a fun project too. Excuse my digression.
Yeah,
but
we
this
better
makes me happy,
resist.
and it's always good when there's something at the board meeting that makes me really happy, and this one does. So thank you for that. Shall we go on? Are there others?
I have
Thank you.
one question for you on Excite. I have not been following Excite this year closely, but last year, as you may know, I was part of the working group conversations and worked closely with Todd, not just on the solicitation side, but also in engaging and keeping, staying close to the community concerns. So during those days, one of the issues we were trying to grapple with is ensuring that the Excite working group has all of the stakeholder voices equitably represented. So this includes residents, tenants, academics, government agencies, and so on. There was a concern that maybe some voices were underrepresented because they weren't a part of the working group, and some voices were over amplified because there was too much representation. And we had initial conversations about balancing it out to make sure we had some equity across the group. Do you know of any progress that's been made or any thinking on balancing that group out?
I will say that the group is broad now. I don't think originally we had the unions there. The unions come all the time. The third party monitor is there. We have some workers who participate. And then I think we do have a pretty good swath of NGOs, community groups, Communities for a Better Environment is there. Obviously East Yards is there. A couple of other groups are there. So it's hard to know. And public meetings give us an opportunity to see, are we hearing something different from the community in this setting than we are at a working group meeting or even at an ETAG meeting. So, and quite frankly, there are people who disengaged. They were frustrated, especially when we were online having public meetings, and they disengaged. And so one of the things that we can aspire to is having people have enough confidence in the process that they re-engage. So I'd throw that out.
I had a couple of questions about Excite. First, for the equity in contracting, and this is a very simple question, but is this a policy that's just for Excite, or are you looking at this to be kind of DTSC wide and a model for other possible?
It's broader. It's broader. And you as an attorney, you probably know this is a tricky business to set up these kinds of things within the realm of what you can do in contracting and the legal constraints. And so the team has done a very good job of parsing out, okay, this is achievable. This is really desirable, but there's no mechanism for that in the way contracts are developed.
Thank you. My other questions are kind of for Excite are along the same lines, which is, what can we do to replicate some of the lessons learned in Excite? So one is about the third party monitor. and the working group and those types of activities. Are you seeing any potential for using that as a model for other communities or best practices? And if so, you know, how are you trying to capture that so it can be useful in other locations?
So the third-party monitor, there hasn't been any discussion about replicating that. Excite is a one-off in terms of the scale, in terms of the role of the department. You know, usually the department is providing the oversight, and instead, you know, we're doing it in that sense. And so in that case, in other cases, it's not quite parallel to the way our cleanups are structured. So there hasn't been a lot of talk about that. It's not beyond the realm of possibility, but that's not something that we generally think is going to be applicable. With respect to working groups, we're all in. There's one coming together for EcoBat. In lieu of having that working group, I will say we're talking to community members a lot more and listening a lot more, which is the number one thing that came out of, well, I think it's, for me, it's the number one thing of how are we listening to community as we do the work. And so I think through discussions with the EcoBat community, even discussions with fiber tech community, we have a much better insight into what community concerns are. And so some of those things are just going to be community conversations, and some of them are going to coalesce into working groups. And also Sterling Grant's program is working to institutionalize, codify some of the things that we do think are best practices and need to be adopted more widely.
Great, thank you. I mean, it does come to mind the TAG grant that maybe there's some with the independent technical advisor and the independent sampling.
I got to put in my plug, which I send this link to everybody whenever I can. There's an organization called the Environmental Protection Network. It is largely made up of former US EPA employees who are incredibly technically capable, volunteer their time exactly to serve as advisors for community groups so they can navigate environmental input processes and environmental decision processes. So tag or no tag, like they're there. And so I think there are resources, and I think the tag, you know, it's limited, but I think the idea of making sure folks have the right resources, people with the scientific background to demystify some of the jargon that we throw around, I think that's very important.
And then finally for Excite, on the workers training program, is this something that can be replicated? And I know for CVCI, there was a workforce development portion that actually the intent seems very similar to what I just heard about the workers training program. Is there some sense of making that broader than Excite?
This is probably a longer conversation, but a couple things with the workforce development, just logistical, administrative things last year. We ended up, shifting to student interns. Again, we run into this problem that Excite is a one-off, and so creating, trying to develop cohorts of people who are able to do this kind of work. We don't have projects like that we, where we can put provisions in that they have to hire work graduates. We don't oversee a lot of contracts that are analogous to that. That said, I think there will be ongoing conversations with the unions, and there are opportunities for us to try to support that. The other thing that came into consideration was people felt as though, hey, you're shunting people into labor jobs, which is great, but people also want careers. They want a path to professionalism. They want a path into the department and into state service. And so whatever you do needs to give people multiple avenues to job opportunities and career opportunities. And so that's also been part of the conversation we've been having.
And then one other question, not on Excite, which is about the sea level rise. I heard you talk about looking at the sea level rise impact on the remediation site.
Mhm.
I just wondered if there'd been any discussion or if there's any applicability to looking at sea level rise impact on permitted facilities.
Okay, so this is where I turn to our priorities for the year. And I'm going to read, I don't know if it's actually in here verbatim, but we do have a commitment to characterize hazardous waste facilities, permitted sites. And our goal is to publish a website to increase visibility and understanding of what DTSC requires from permittees to address any potential impacts from climate at permitted facilities. And we are not just limiting ourselves to sea level rise. We're thinking about wildfire. We're thinking about flood risk, all of those things. So that is something that we, Katie and her team, Deputy Director Butler and her team are looking at.
Thank you.
Director Williams, apropos Ingrid's question, for a number of the contaminated sites around the periphery of the bay, such as the landfill.
Sí, pues hay un número de
That is a component of water board requirements that has been expanded from one universe to a larger universe. So as the water board and DTSC work together for contaminated sites around the bay, we can build upon that to say, in essence, facilities, permitted facilities that may or may not be closed, but have these permits report back on what they're doing to mirror your comment about looking at site-specific risk as OPC has pulled back on the extent of its estimate for now. So I think there's a good foundation for us to build upon.
Yeah.
This to the director's report. Thank you. We'll now have public comment.
Thank you so much. Great questions. Enjoyed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll now open the floor for public comment for this agenda item. I will start with in-person participants first. Are there any in-room participants that would like to comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, I will go to Zoom. Zoom participants, please raise your virtual hands. Okay. Zoom participants, you can continue to raise your virtual hands if you would like to comment on this agenda item. And as our in-person participant makes his way up, a reminder, you can always email us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Please state your name and affiliation.
Yes, Miguel Alatorre, and I'm here representing Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice, the California Environmental Justice Coalition, and also El Pueblo para la Aire y Agua Limpia de Cattleman City. Sorry, I didn't know this was the comment period for this item. So I'm really happy to hear that Ingrid mentioned a lot of the things that were said throughout a lot of the meetings that we had in Cattleman City, and really thankful to see a lot of you here that were there. So just some comments on this overall is, again, I'm really disturbed that the law firm issue and the point of conflict of interest was not covered, and I didn't hear anything about that specifically. So would definitely love to follow up with what you guys are going to do concerning that. And then I also heard a lot during these presentations in Cattleman City concerning the air monitoring. And I think that it sounds great on paper to have these really beautiful air monitors, but considering that the company or DTSC can turn them off, they serve a rather mute point in protecting my community's health. The other issue with those air monitoring systems is, one, they're on the fence line of the waste facility. And I think that that's all great, but we need some air monitors inside the actual community itself. And we need the data to be available for community members to see 24 hours a day, because there's no reason to have those monitors if they can't really see the data and what's going on, and there's no transparency of what's going on up there. So I would say that's definitely something I would like to see as a resident. Also, it really disturbs me the inaccuracies within the CalEnviro screen reports, particularly the census tract data is very disturbing to me, as I don't see how the Tachigil, which is 22 miles away, has anything to do with our population. And I do understand it was a census block thing, but I think we can do better by the community that we serve. And I think that it'd be really great that if DTSC is going to make a decision that affects their health, that they be given the proper data. I think also, furthermore, the cumulative health impacts criteria must be use when permitting this facility. I think it was pretty laughable that I seen during one of the statistics in the CalEnviroscreen data that only 50 to 60 diesel trucks are considered in the total count of what's going on in the community. I think that's really laughable. If you come to the community, which most of you have, you see diesel truck after diesel truck after diesel truck. And I think it's much more than 50 to 60 a day. And I'd be happy to sit down and count with any one of you to prove that statistic wildly inaccurate. And I think one of the biggest things that I heard universally throughout my community, and I would really like to put on my El Pueblo hat for this in particular, but I think that the community has made a very, very large plea in terms of the resources. I think that agencies and governments and counties are very, very quick to burden Kettleman City with all of the pollution burdens, but they're not so steadfast to give us any of the resources
Thank
that
you.
come.
That's time.
Oh, sorry about that. I will say, would love to see more resources discussed in these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you,
looking,
Miguel.
I'm looking at
If
Zoom.
you have anything you want to add to that, you can. I know you will. Thank you.
At this time, I do not see any additional
You have
hands
one more
raised
person.
on Zoom.
She knows.
Oh, okay. I didn't think she saw.
So again, as the gentleman in the room makes his way up to the podium, for those on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands if you would like to comment on this agenda item.
Because I can't hear.
Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brian Cadena, a lifelong resident of Kettleman City. I'm here today to address the critical issues surrounding the draft permit for Kettleman City Hills facility, the largest toxic waste dump in the Western United States. I speak on behalf of the residents of Kettleman City who have been continually disregarded by the Department of Toxic Substances Control. Firstly, DTSC's handling of this matter has been deeply flawed and biased. The so-called independent civil rights analysis conducted by Altshuler Berson is a prime example. This analysis was neither independent nor comprehensive, as it failed to engage with key stakeholders such as El Pueblo and Green Action. How can we trust the validity of an analysis that excludes the voices most affected by this issue? Furthermore, Cali PA whistleblower has revealed a significant conflict of interest, and it wasn't mentioned today, like my partner Miguel said. Cali PA's Deputy Secretary for Law Enforcement and General Counsel Linda Lai was a former partner at Altshuler Berson. This relationship should have disqualified the firm from conducting the analysis. It was concealed rather than disclosed today. This lack of transparency and integrity is unacceptable. In addition to the flawed civil rights analysis, the air monitoring technology installed by DTSC has proven ineffective and untrustworthy. These devices are not located within our community and can be manipulated by the company, rendering any data they produce suspect. Moreover, the data collected is not accessible to us, leaving us uninformed about the air quality in our own homes. The inaccuracies of CalEnviroscreen data further undermine our confidence in DTSC's oversight. This data fails to account for the true number of diesel trucks impacting our area and carelessly include the population of the Tachioca tribe located about 25 miles away. DTSC has also failed to consider the cumulative health impacts on our community, continuing the delayed implementation of SB 673 cumulative health impacts criteria. It is evident that the government agencies are prioritizing industrial interests over our health and well-being, while hazardous waste dumps, human compost facilities, shipping sites, industrial agriculture, outdated oil and gas infrastructure exist in Kettleman. Our basic infrastructure needs such as streets, sidewalks, curbs, gutters remain unmet. Kettleman City deserves infrastructure equity and genuine commitment to addressing the cumulative impacts of pollution that we face daily. In conclusion, we demand that DTSC halts the permit renewal process for the Kettleman Hills facility until a truly independent and transparent civil rights analysis is conducted free from conflicts of interest. We call for immediate improvements in air monitoring with accurate and transparent data reporting and genuine consideration of the cumulative health impacts in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Madam Chair, I do not see any hands raised on Zoom. That closes out this comment period for this agenda item.
Good morning, Brian. I think we're set to go. Yes, Sheena? Tech? Okay. Welcome, Brian Brown.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, board members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Brian Brown. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for DTSC, and I'll be providing a brief update, a budget update related to the May revision that was released by the governor about a week and a half ago. This builds on the presentation I gave to the board at your January board meeting on the January proposed budget. Next slide, please. So the May revision includes two key changes for DTSC's budget for this coming fiscal year. The first is a reduction in our funding for the Cleanup and Vulnerable Communities Initiative. For a bit of context here, this initiative was funded in SB 158, our Governance and Fee Reform Bill of 2021, which provided a total of $500 million for this new initiative. That funding was all from the general fund, and in the May revision, the governor identified a projected general fund deficit of $28 billion in the state. So many departments, not exclusively DTSC, but many state departments are having their general fund programs reduced or otherwise amended in this coming budget under the May revision. So for DTSC and for Cleanup and Vulnerable Communities Initiative specifically, what we're seeing is a net reduction of, from that $500 million, of a net reduction of $268.5 million for the program. That net increase, the actual amount of general fund reduction is somewhat higher, but fortunately the budget also includes $107 million from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund to offset some of that general fund reduction. And that allows us to maintain about 45% of the original $500 million appropriated for the program. The other major change in the May revision is related to our generation and handling fee shortfall issue. This is one we've talked to the board and the fee subcommittee about in past meetings. This is an issue that was identified last year. For context, the generation and handling fee was a new fee created in SB 158, again, the Governance and Fee Reform Bill of 2021. Last year was the first year that that new fee was implemented, and we identified during the year that the revenues coming in were only about half of what had been projected and what was needed to maintain our funding levels for, in particular, for our hazardous waste management program. So we do have a May revision proposal, and I'll describe that a little bit more on the next slide, please. So the May revision proposal around the generation and handling fee, clearly the purpose, of course, is to increase our revenue sufficient to maintain our operation. But we really approach the issue, the problem, through the lens of how can we improve our overall fee management and administration to ensure that we have appropriate compliance. That is, that all generators who owe the fee are paying what that amount that they owe and are paying on time. We want to make sure that we have a consistent use of the limited exemptions to the fee that are provided in statute. We have seen through the historical data that there are some exemptions that are applied too broadly or inconsistently. We will make sure that, again, those who should be paying the fee are doing so. And we also realize that we need to have improved data so that we can do better oversight and, ensuring that those who are generating waste and who should be paying the generation and handling fee are doing so. The intention was to focus on fee administration opportunities and improvement opportunities versus any sort of major structural changes to the fee or changes in the board's role or anything to that effect. A need to significantly increase the fee rate in order to close that structural deficit. The way we're accomplishing this, in our proposal, we have both some statutory changes and some additional resources. Those resources are fairly limited, less than $1 million, $750,000 specifically. And I won't go into great detail of the proposal because it's actually multifaceted, and I think we will have some opportunity to talk about it in some more detail in upcoming workshops. But in general, what we are proposing to do, some of the kind of highlights are we are proposing to increase the penalties for failure to pay or failure to pay on time. We do see a significant number of fee payers that either fail to pay or pay late, which affects our revenue generation or the receiving the revenue in the year that we budgeted for it. And so we're increasing the penalties and creating a escalating fee structure rather than the current limited penalty of 10% plus interest. We're also working to clarify reporting requirements so that we'll have better data with which to hold generators accountable for their fee payments. So we have identified that we have various data systems in which we collect data and reported by generators on different waste streams or from different generators or transporters, and we have low compliance rate within some of those systems. And so we are clarifying those reporting requirements in statute, as well as establishing a sort of a matrix for or process for assessing penalties for failure to report or for providing fraudulent data. We also have a number of statutory changes that are designed to clarify those existing exemptions so that we have less ambiguity or inconsistency, and that we can standardize that and ensure that all generators are applying the exemptions consistently. The kind of going along with that, we are also proposing to implement an exemption review process so that again, so that with the idea that generators will be able to provide us data that they don't provide us now or historically on any of their waste streams that they believe qualify for one of those statutory exemptions. That would provide DTSC in partnership with the Department of Tax and Fee Administration, who collect the fee, data with which we can evaluate whether the exemption being claimed is appropriate and consistent with the law. And if an error, then we have an ability to then correct that mistake. Next slide, please. So with those two changes, this table is showing you what the May revision budget looks like for DTSC as compared to the current year enacted budget. And you can see the total budget under the May revision for DTSC totals a little over $465 million. Compared to the current year enacted budget, you'll see that is less than what was provided for the current year. But I would remind you that the 23-24 budget included the final year of one-time funding provided in SB 158 that supported CVCI as well as Exide residential funding. Now, even though that one-time funding does not continue in 24-25 budget, for example, with Exide residential funding, we have multiple years to spend that money down. So we're not losing the money. It's just the way that it was budgeted. Notably, too, the 24-25 proposal, May revision proposal, does include $65 million from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund to support CVCI, as described earlier. You'll notice that our total number of positions is increasing by 15 relative to the current fiscal year. Those additional 15 positions are reflective of the ones included in our January budget proposals that we spoke about in January. And then I note here too, what the May revision assumes in terms of our revenues next year compared to what was assumed for the current year budget act. These are the three fees that the board is responsible for setting on an annual basis. And you can see going through these really quickly, because I know we'll have more chance to talk through all of these in coming workshop and board meetings, but the generation and handling fee, we do anticipate an increase in revenue in large part due to the reforms that we are proposing, described in when I was describing the May revised proposal. Facility fee, you can see we anticipate a modest increase in revenue there. And the environmental fee, you can see a more significant increase in revenue just based on the trends that we have seen throughout the year. That fee is quite healthy. I will note with each of these, I just want to be clear, none of these assume at this point any increase in fee rates. This is sort of consider this more of a baseline estimate. Next slide, please. So given that one of the key requirements, mandates on the board is to set the fee rate for the three fees I just mentioned, I wanted to just take a moment to say a couple words about what the May revision implies for fee setting, again, knowing that there will be more opportunity to have more in-depth conversations as we move forward. First, I just want to highlight that all the data provided, information provided is still preliminary. Ultimately, we have to wait to see what the final budget act includes for DTSC in the coming year. In part, that's because the mandate for the fee setting is that the board will set the fee rate at levels sufficient to provide enough revenue to cover our appropriation. So we need to see what the final budget act includes for our appropriation, particularly in our hazardous waste control account and toxic substances control account. In addition, the May revision includes a couple of statewide proposals that would provide budget reductions for all state departments. One of these has to do with reductions associated with vacancies in departments, sweeping some of the savings associated with vacancies. And there's another more general state operation budget reduction. We don't yet have a lot of information on how those will be applied to DTSC. We anticipate if those are in fact included in the final budget act that we will get more information, and then we'd want to include those in our projections, our expenditure projections. Importantly too, probably for us, the one of the key decisions that needs to be made in the final budget act is around the generation and handling fee proposal, the May revision proposal that I described earlier. This one is really critical for us being able to maintain the hazardous waste control account in balance in the coming fiscal year. Without that, we anticipate there would need to be a significant increase in the fee rate itself, just to maintain a solvent budget. I'll note as well as we move forward that over the next couple months that we will get additional data that will inform the fee setting process. So the May revision is sort of a point in time estimate as the May revision was being developed over the past couple of months. But over the next coming months, we'll probably get additional data. For example, as we close down our books on the 23-24 fiscal year, we'll have additional information on our current year expenditures and what that might imply for our fund balance going forward. We also will continue to get more data on current year revenue generation that will impact both our current year estimates as well as our projections for next year, and other such data. And all of that, again, we will be working with the board, we'll be working with your fees subcommittee over the coming weeks and months to make sure you have all the information you need to set the fees by your October 1st statutory deadline. Next slide. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, I know I shared this yesterday, but we held one workshop with DTSC previously, which is on our website and DTSC's website. And we have another workshop coming up on May 31st at 10 a.m. So encourage folks to sign up on our e-list and go to our website for more information. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So we'll have board questions in just a second. Just want to put a pin in the compliments to the subcommittee, which is led by Sushma. I get to be on that subcommittee with her, so thank you. And also Greg and Linda and Swathi. So this has been an all-in effort, and I think we meet with you, Brian, once a week. And we have for the last months, trying to wrap our hands around this so that when we come back and discuss what the options are, we will be not as knowledgeable as you, Brian, but as close as we can get. So I want to turn it over to Sushma to talk about the work of the subcommittee and then questions from the rest of the board.
I'll mention two things related to fees. First is that the board subcommittee has been working closely with DTSC's financial planning team to primarily understand the methodology and the assumptions behind the shortfall, to understand what the process is for uncovering the root causes of the shortfall and addressing them so that we don't run into shortfalls in the future. And then thirdly, to understand the implications of this for fee rates this year. I think this is a very complicated topic, and we as a subcommittee are going to break down and simplify as much of this topic as possible during our fees workshop next Friday. So I really encourage you all to join that workshop. We're going to start at the very basics and build on the 2 other fee workshops we've already held. So we're going to speak about first of all, how are fees set in the state, what is the board's process and timeline to establish and decide on the fee rates, and then what data do we currently have today in order to make that decision, and what are some scenarios we are considering and that the subcommittee will bring back to the broader board.
Thank you, Sushma. Ingrid, you had a question?
Yes, two questions. One for the significant cuts to CVCI. Are those primarily to the Equitable Community Revitalization Grant? And as opposed to the other 5 programs, or so basically a breakdown of is this ECRG or is it all programs?
Yeah, it's a good question. So it's not under the May revision proposal itself, it doesn't specify. So our program team and executive team are working through how we reprioritize given the lower level resources we're going to have across the various sub-programs of CVCI. I can say, however, that we know that for ECRG, the round 2 grants that have already been awarded, we're still committed to moving forward in funding those.
And then my second question is, and this maybe should wait for next week, but since I haven't been in the subcommittee, just trying to get a sense of, of the multiple funds that DTSC holds, which fund are we seeing the biggest deficit, and which fund are we seeing those requests for exemptions, if there's a particular fund that you're more concerned about? Okay.
Yeah, so the HWCA, the Hazardous Waste Control Account, really is the only fund right now that is a problem. It has any sort of structural deficit problem, and that is because of the generation and handling fee issue. So that really is why for us the proposal that we have in the May revision is so critical. It will based on our estimates, we think the reforms that we're proposing will put the fund in balance next year, and additionally, the revenues will grow over time as those new processes and things that we're implementing are fully implemented. And so we think that in the longer run, the proposal, just these improved fee administration activities, will solve the majority of the underlying structural deficit in the fund. It may not address all of it, though, and so we have committed to continuing to work with stakeholders. And I should have mentioned this earlier, that in our proposal, we have been meeting with stakeholders over the past couple of weeks to walk through the proposal, make sure they understand what we're proposing, why, how it addresses the underlying causes of the shortfall. But even with those improvements, if implemented, we anticipate in the out years there may still be some remaining underlying deficit, much smaller than what we're facing right now. And so we will continue to work with stakeholders, work with the board, work with the legislature to identify additional reforms to be implemented in future years to address that remainder.
Thank you, Brian. Will you outline the categories of stakeholders for those who aren't familiar? When you reference stakeholders at this meeting, it could mean something different than.
Sure. Yeah, in
Thank
fact, so over the last week, we've had a number of workshops, or not workshops, but just meeting briefings with different groups. We've met with industry folks, the generators that pay the generation and handling fee. We've had meetings with government entities because they are a large subset of generators, and didn't go into the details, but when we look at some of the exemption challenges that we've had, there is an exemption in statute related to certain waste that's generated by government entities. So we had a meeting with government representatives to talk through that. And then we've also had a meeting with other sort of community groups and developers. And of course, we've also been working closely with the legislature.
Thank you. And I think the other piece that I know we've been engaged with you over the last year talking about Could you explain for this audience, the CDTFA, California Department of Tax and Fees, that are the collectors for this, and some of the contractual changes that have resulted from all of our discussions about where some of the shortfalls just leaked out of that contract? So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so DTSC historically has had a contract with CDTFA, the Department of Tax and Fee Administration. They're the actual entity that collects the revenues from the generation and handling fee, as well as some of our other fees. And so we have an annual contract with them that outlines their responsibility to collect the revenues, remit them to us, as well as their authority to enforce the fee and do audits. So we have sort of a routine contract that we renew every year. One of the things that we've been working with them on, given kind of in particularly in light of some of the data challenges we've had, we've been looking for opportunities to work with CDTFA to improve data collection. Now, some of that we've been able to do just sort of administratively. So, for example, CDTFA has modified this year their fee returns for the generation and handling fee to collect a little bit more data from fee payers that ties their payments to certain EPA ID numbers, and that's going to allow us to kind of cross-reference with our data a little bit better in the future going forward. But in addition to that, we've also identified that we DTSC want to make sure that we have better information on CDTFA's enforcement and auditing activity. So one thing we're working on right now is modifications for next year's contract with them to provide us some more of that information, so that, and then with the idea that in the long run, what we can do is work in partnership with CDTFA as we're getting more data from generators, work with them in partnership to ensure that if we identify certain generators or certain waste that maybe where the fees haven't been paid or paid appropriately, or exemptions haven't been applied appropriately, we can work in partnership with CDTFA to make sure that we, on behalf of the state, are collecting the revenues that are owed.
Sheena has helpfully added in our chat window a link to the fees memo that we released last month. The goal behind the fee memo is, again, to simplify the information that some of which Brian is presenting today, but and to give you a sense of what actions have already been taken and some of the actions that we plan to take in the future. So please look at the fee memo and then join our workshop. And I have one question for Brian. Brian, we've talked about this in our fee subcommittee conversation. Can you speak a little bit about the loans that DTSC currently has in place and what the repayment schedule may look like for those loans? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good question. As part of the current year budget, when we identified that there was a shortfall, we had to come up with kind of an emergency, not emergency, but we had to come up with sort of an immediate action that would allow the HWCA to remain solvent through the end of the current fiscal year, while we had an opportunity to investigate what the causes of the shortfall were and come up with the proposal that we have. So the way the current year budget was constructed, was we received a total of $55 million in loans to HWCA. And that included $15 million from TSCA, or our Toxic Substances Control Account, and another $40 million from the Beverage Container Recycling Fund, which is administered by CalRecycle. So in the current year budget, the requirement is that that total $55 million is repaid within 3 years. That said, as part of our May revision proposal, we are recommending that the $15 million loan to TSCA it be forgiven. We do that for 2 reasons. One is because it will relieve some of the future repayment burden on the fund, and therefore reduce some pressure to increase the generation and handling fee in future years if it no longer has to repay that loan. But also because in our hazardous waste management program, some of our civil and other penalties are actually deposited in TSCA. So we believe it's appropriate on one-time basis, on a policy basis, to have TSCA essentially support HWCA and not have that loan repaid. Regarding the beverage container recycling fund, right now, nothing has changed with respect to when that loan is required to be repaid. But I think we'll have an opportunity to kind of revisit that question in the coming budget cycle as we look at both what the impact would be to the generation and handling fee and the fund, as well as the need of the beverage container recycling fund itself, what pace it needs to be repaid on.
Thank you for that. Please join the workshop on Friday, the 31st. And if you have questions that you want to seed for that, please go ahead and communicate those with us. Are there any public comments on the budget update presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start with our Zoom participants, but for those that are in the room, you may go ahead and head to the podium. But for our Zoom participants, please raise your virtual hands if you would like to comment on agenda item number 4, DTSC budget update. Seeing no virtual hands, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
30 minutes, is that what you said?
You almost got me there.
Awesome. I better go get my notes. Good morning. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice, and I just had a quick question because I haven't been participating in the workshops. We've had a lot of conversation here today about the current year budget and a little bit about years out as we think about repayment of loans and the like. But I'm wondering how you're taking into account the need for DTSC to be able to do more than it is now. Like, what does it look like when you're thinking about fees for 2 years from now or 5 years from now? We've got big gaps, and of course, I could go on about SB 673 implementation. We see long time frames, and I'm wondering how the resources that we have available are impacting the programmatic outputs and how you're taking that into account when you're thinking about the fees.
Okay, Brian, do you have any response to that from inside the House? And then we'll see what board members understand.
Sure. I mean, I can, it's a big question, actually. I can kind of answer it at a very macro level, which is to sort of say with any area, any programmatic area, any new initiative or expansion of effort or need, the way that just the standard process kind of tackling that kind of issue at a state level is trying to identify through the normal budget process what the need is, prioritizing it, identifying what the resources needed over and above what we're currently already allocated. As that analysis is done, we put forward a budget proposal, and then that has to go through the normal budgeting process, approved by both the governor and the administration and the legislature. Then the kind of based on that, then the question becomes, but as part of that analysis, I think going forward is both the question of what is the programmatic need, what are the resources to meet that need, and then I think what you're getting at as well is the other part of the calculus is then what is that impact on fee rates going forward. So this is because of the construction of our fee rates under SB 158 being different than what they were prior, where the board has a role in modifying the rates on an annual basis. This is kind of a new calculus that we've had to think about, and we've tried to incorporate that into our budget proposals in recent years.
So thank you for that. That's very helpful. But I'm wondering a little bit more specifically about things that are currently on the plate for DTSC to accomplish, like, for example, completing the SB 673 rulemaking process, which has been pending for 10 years now. So, or completing, for example, we know that the board is not hearing CEQA appeals, citing a lack of resources. Do we have a mechanism for getting those resources so that in years out, the agency will be able to accomplish the things for which it's already been tasked responsibility? So not new responsibilities coming up.
Yeah. And so in some cases, we, as part of, because of SB 158 and the increase in fees, we have gotten additional revenue, significant additional revenues in our major programs the last couple of years. And so that does provide us resources to address some of those requirements. And that was part of our analysis in justifying those fee increases, is looking at what mandates had been put on the department, what commitments had been made, and what our mission need was. We were able to justify that our budgets previously were not sufficient to meet those needs. So we've actually have received significant additional resources to do that work. Now, if there are additional resource needs beyond that, then that's when kind of the budgeting process really comes into play. We have to be able to make the case programmatically, work on a workload basis and so on, that the resources we do have are not sufficient to meet those requirements. And that's just the routine budgeting process that all state departments go through.
I think the other part to that, Brian, is that some of these are legislative, would require legislation to change, say, the mandates for the board, or things that we don't have the authority to expand the role of the board in hearing CEQA, for example. That would have to be outlined for us. We don't have the resources for that, but we also don't clearly have the mandate for it, or it wasn't written into. We can keep this conversation going.
We can continue to
Yeah.
talk about this. It's also the whole like budget change proposal. So if we
Right.
need to expand the board's budget staff, it has to go through the whole
That's right.
legislative budget change proposal process.
That's right.
So, but we can dig on that. in
We've
a
been
future
digging
time.
on it,
Yep.
and when we heard, lucky to get what we had, given the shortfall, the overall state shortfall, were modest little budget change proposal to elevate a couple of positions. But we have the staffing and board allocation that we had previously, with a very modest increase. That's all that we could get. So it would take a lot more staffing for us to be able to accomplish some of the things that I know you want, others want, and some of us want. But we don't have that. We don't have the authority to make that happen.
So should I understand the response to be that in this current effort to set the fees, you are not considering how do you fund the agency to do all the things it's been mandated to do, and to make sure you have sufficient resources to do that?
The fees will be set to meet the appropriation, okay, and a reasonable amount of reserves. That's the authority that we have. So there is whatever the final decision will be when the legislature approves the budget, that's what we aim to. Now, that doesn't mean we don't advocate for other things over the course of the year, but it was really clear that this was not a year for pluses. This was a year for, I think, and we know we have to set the fees to meet that and to meet a reasonable reserve. And that's what we'll be looking at over the workshops. But the appropriation will be set, we'll be operating to meet that. And there's disappointment galore. Okay, I think we can all share that we wish there was more, and you saw the governor's budget.
I did.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any additional in-person comments on this agenda item? Seeing none in person, Madam Chair, there are also no comments on Zoom, nor are there any Spanish comments. So this closes out the comment period for this agenda item.
Thank you, and thank you, Brian. I know we'll be seeing you weekly, if
Thank
not
you.
more often than that. Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, thanks. And again, specific questions, don't hesitate to put them in writing for us. Don't hesitate to communicate with us about it. Okay, thank you. So our last agenda item before we take a break is the Hazardous Waste Management Program update. And I want to welcome Katie Butler and to start us off on that. And Katie is the Deputy Director of the Hazardous Waste Management Program. We're all gathering that expanded language from what we've done in the past. So thank you. Welcome, Katie.
Thank you. Oh, okay. So I don't necessarily need the mic. It's on. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, board members, for this opportunity to give some updates on the hazardous waste management program. So you mentioned earlier the program has permitting, enforcement, the Office of Criminal Investigation, and Office of Policy. So I'm going to focus on two items this morning. Update on our 673 implementation status, because that was of interest last meeting. So I want to loop back on some things that were raised and give an outlook of where we're headed, and then also provide an update on enforcement. And we have some of our enforcement team in the room today, led by Maria Soria. So thanks for joining us. So briefly, and Director Williams touched on this earlier, the track 2 of Senate Bill 673 includes 2 remaining criteria that the legislature tasked DTSC with considering for its permitting process. How do we incorporate community vulnerability in our decisions? What are the clear criteria for doing that? What is a clear process for doing that in an effort to bring transparency to our permitting process, and also clearly identify regulations to implement this process? And then secondly, identify setback distances. So those are the 2 aspects of 673 that are remaining for the department. We implemented new health risk assessment criteria, new personnel training for hazardous waste workers. Compliance history has to be taken into account now in our permitting decisions, and then also substantial modifications, improvements to financial assurance. So last board meeting, and in the recommendations from the board evaluation of DTSC, the board is asking for more information on how are we using our existing authority to implement the intent of 673, because it's still going to take us some considerable time to implement these regulations. And this is incredibly important for us to consider community vulnerability in our permitting decisions. So how are we doing it now? And I'll give some examples today, but we are working on a review of how are we doing this so we can provide even more feedback to the board on this item in the future. So the goals of our revised framework for track 2, I shared these with you at the last meeting. Generally, I think they were well received, but we had feedback from members of the public and from some board members that we're still at the very conceptual high level. So it's difficult really to weigh in on the specifics. And that's what we're eager to share with the public. I think what the public is eager to see are the details. How are we going to implement these goals? And so for now, within our existing authority, some things that we're doing already provide earlier opportunities for public input. For the EcoBat permit decision, we held 2 pre-draft permit decision meetings last year, which was a first for the department to do more outreach ahead of a draft permit decision so that we have an opportunity to hear from the public even before releasing that draft permit decision. So that's something we're doing within our own existing authority, with our existing resources. But the importance of developing regulations for that first item, providing earlier opportunities for public input, will be so that it's now a regulatory requirement for facilities to hold pre-application meetings earlier on in the process and have that opportunity to hear from the public what their environmental problems or concerns are about a proposed project. And then those will be, the facility will have an opportunity to address those in its application early on. Number two, consider community vulnerability in permit decisions and conditions. Director Williams spoke to this earlier with the Kettleman landfill draft decision and the CalEnviroScreen evaluation. And we're going to be learning a lot of lessons through that CalEnviroScreen workshop that we held, the evaluation that we did, and that will inform these regulations. I can say that these regulations will not mirror exactly what we're doing in Kettleman City because this is a constant process that we're learning from. And so it will inform these regulations. And three, develop science-based setback distance for community protection. There are some ways we already look at this in our permitting process. Now with the new health risk assessments that's required, depending on the facility operations, there's worst case, acute exposure modeling that's done to give our permitting writers, our engineers, a sense of what is that worst case emergency scenario if a community is living close by. Are there safeguards, protections in place that would prevent a public safety, public health threat? So setback distance is evaluated in how we already look at permits. But again, the value of implementing these regulations will be to bring transparency, bring clearer criteria for facilities and for the public to understand how do we actually make these determinations and then how that informs the decision and conditions. So the next steps for the revised framework, taking the feedback from last board meeting, we need more details. We're eager to share details, and we know the public is eager to hear the details, as of all of you are. And so we're developing informational sheets that will be sort of like a policy brief to explain how the regulations will be implemented. So for example, step 2 from the last slide, goal 2, or the community vulnerability assessment. It's also number 2 here on this slide. What does that consist of? And so the informational sheet will itemize what does that community vulnerability assessment look like. CalEnviroScreen will be one piece of information, but there's other pieces of information that we're going to require in a community vulnerability assessment that the facility has to submit to DTSC with its application. Information like the closest residents, schools, information on other industries nearby, because we know it's important not to just look at the facility in a vacuum, but holistically in the context of the environment that it exists. And so these informational sheets we'll have 3 of them for each of these topics. And they'll be anywhere from 2 to 10 pages each to really provide the public some additional information on what we're proposing with these new regulations. So we plan to get these information sheets out to the public by the end of the summer, if not sooner. And we want to hear feedback on these details. And our plan is to release a survey to solicit this feedback. And that way we get some information in advance of the formal rulemaking process, how the public and how interested parties are receiving the details. And that will help us inform that rulemaking package that we ultimately submit. And then of course, there's a formal public comment period once we go through that rulemaking process. All right, so we did receive a comment last time that we didn't have any timeline for next steps. So this is getting us closer to a timeline. I realize we don't have exact months on this chart, but to tell you, generally releasing the framework informational sheets by the end of the summer, and then we'll have ongoing communication with interested parties once those are released in the fall, and then we're going to be finalizing the preparation for the rulemaking at the end of the year, so that we're ready to go forward with the draft regulations and the rulemaking package in the beginning of 2025. So that rulemaking process itself takes 2 years, 1 to 2 years. And so we're looking at the final regulations not being implemented until 2026. And that again loops back to the importance of how are we using our existing authority to consider community vulnerabilities. So I gave a couple examples, and our staff is going to be looking at how can we more systematically implement some of these concepts within our existing authority more systematically across the permitting division. So that's something I'll continue to update you all on and our progress with that.
Thank you. And will you let us know when you hit a bump of something that isn't in your authority that you would have liked to have done? Could you keep us?
Absolutely,
up to date on
great
that?
point.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to our brief enforcement update. So I'll provide just a few highlights. We have a large enforcement team. They do a lot of work. We've been providing some briefings to you all on the extensive nature of their work, both in our enforcement division and also in the Office of Criminal Investigations. We did receive a considerable number of positions with reform, 36 new positions for our enforcement division. So you'll be able to see in some of the data today that I'm presenting how we're putting these positions to use and how they're improving our enforcement activities and our presence out there in the community. So I like to start off with the 3 enforcement pillars. These are actually from California EPA Secretary Yana Garcia's enforcement memo that she wrote to all the BDOs last year. And they're a good guiding star for us in all of our enforcement work. So number 1, equity-centered enforcement. Number 2, cross-agency coordination and collaboration. And number 3, utilizing all available enforcement tools, whether that's using our authorities in the permitting division or our criminal authorities or our civil enforcement authorities. So I'm very proud of our enforcement team for developing this strategic plan. This had been in the works for several years, and last year, the enforcement team published the draft online and opened it up for public comments to receive feedback on the plan. And now you can find it online in its final version. And the vision is strong enforcement and sustained compliance for a healthy California. So this is a long-term plan, and it's intended to guide the department as a whole across the department, not just in our enforcement division, but how can we bring enforcement and our enforcement culture to other programs like safer consumer products, site mitigation, fees. So there's a lot of opportunity for this enforcement plan to really expand how we look at enforcement in the department in a comprehensive, equitable, and effective way. So one of the central tenets of this plan is to partner with the community and the regulated industry. And this was one of the core themes that we received in the public comments, was commenting on how happy they were to see that in the plan, right? So we received a lot of positive feedback that that aspect of collaboration and building partnerships was central to this plan. And so I recognize that it takes time to build those relationships. It doesn't happen overnight. We have a lot of work to do, but the more our enforcement teams are out there, the more we're learning from communities what their environmental problems are, responding to them, following through with information. I'm confident we're going to be able to continue to build that trust. So I want to share some inspection trends, some enforcement data that are, these data are actually from our US EPA grant reporting requirements. Every year we report metrics to US EPA because we receive RCRA grant funding from them. And so we just had a meeting with US EPA to report out statistics at our mid-year mark. We report out on the fiscal year to US EPA. So for the first 2 quarters of 2023 fiscal year, we conducted 228 inspections across the state. And you can see plotted here where those occurred. And 136, so 60% of those were in disadvantaged communities. I don't like that term disadvantaged because our communities are treasures, but that's of course the term from the Senate bill. And so, you know, that gives us criteria to understand where the inspections are happening in communities that are demanding environmental justice. So let's see. If we move from the map into trends by year, we can see that the number of inspections are increasing annually. And this reflects the increase in enforcement resources we received, especially for fiscal year 2022, 2023. You can see we're almost to 500 inspections on an annual basis. And then estimating if we project out for this last fiscal year, 2023, 2024, we're on track to exceed that again because our enforcement teams, our supervisors did such a great job filling the positions that they received, and they're putting them to use. The shading here shows the number of inspections that are occurring inside environmental justice communities in gray versus outside environmental justice communities. And I wanted to recognize too, from the board's evaluation of DTSC, there's an interest, and I appreciate this interest in transparency of our inspection activities. So we're excited to hear that that was a recommendation because we have been, you know, we have some ideas on how we can make enforcement data, especially the number of inspections, more visible to the public. We recently implemented, you know, Survey 123 and its electronic, you know, capacity to document our inspection reports. And so that's going to help us to modernize the data management of our inspections, essentially, and ideally, you know, be able to show that map in a more real-time basis in the future.
Okay, sorry. Just, I don't want to get, so it's the expectation, I see the difference between the outside of EJ communities and EJ communities. Is the goal to be 50-50 or, and I ask that because I'm wondering how you, yeah, what does that look like?
So right now it's a function overall of where the facilities are, essentially. We have some ability with the extra resources we received to prioritize some of the inspections that we were, you know, in response to complaints or in response to our own analysis on vulnerable communities, perhaps findings from our permitting team or others when they're out in the fields. We do have some flexibility, but it is limited in being able to prioritize some of our resources in environmental justice communities on a case-by-case basis. But overall, what you're seeing is a reflection of us meeting the annual inspection requirement frequency for certain types of facilities. And so it's something that we're going to continue to look at together with our US EPA, EJ MOU, the RCRA grant requirements. How can we move the dial so that we're having more presence in communities that are facing multiple pollution burdens and other burdens as well?
Thank you.
Yeah. So really great question. Here's a graph and some data showing you violations and return to compliance rates. So you can see on the left, class 1 is the most serious type of violation. And we issued 41 violations in the first 2 quarters of 2023. And that return to compliance is lower at 59%. Because those are the most serious violations. They often can result in enforcement cases that can take longer to resolve. And so it's interesting to see the data then 2 more quarters out where some of them do get resolved, and then that percentage increases. But overall, and this was reflected in your evaluation, we did meet that metric of 90% return to compliance. Here, you're just seeing a little bit more resolution on the breakdown of those compliance rates.
Violations issued in quarter 1 and 2, 23-24, and the asterisk at the bottom says this is the data for 22 to 23.
Data shown is only for the first of fiscal year 2022, 2023. That's a great question. I'm glad I have my enforcement team here. Okay, it's supposed to say 2023 to 20. It's supposed to say July 1st, 2023 to 2023. Yeah,
let's keep moving.
Okay. And then we'll be updating these numbers with the 3rd quarter soon, so then we can continue to track that progress. So I want to touch on just that 3rd pillar of improving coordination, collaboration. We heard about some of it at the permitting hearing, the CalEnviroScreen workshop with other agencies in Kettleman City. It was wonderful to see all of our agency partners there working towards whole of government solutions. We intend to do more of that in the future. We had a dozen staff recently attend the Los Angeles County Environmental Justice Network Enforcement Symposium, and there were some great takeaways from that. Our staff really took to heart, some of the themes there, and one that stood out was using a verb when we talk about environmental justice communities. Instead of labeling the communities as environmental justice communities, we're really talking about communities demanding environmental justice, and how important that verb is the way we think about our work to really advancing and moving forward and building healthier communities. And there were a lot of action items that came out of that. You'll hear more from Ryan Dominguez as far as how some of these conversations intersected with the hazardous waste management plan. We also had our Office of Criminal Investigations there with handheld XRF, which measures, lead concentrations for people to bring in their jewelry, other items to have that screened in real time. So we'll be looking at doing more events like that. We continue to participate in the Cal EPA Environmental Justice Task Force, and this is occurring all over the state in different regions. Our environmental justice liaison, Roger Kintz, attends a couple of these task forces, and he brings issues back to Cal EPA, regardless of whether it's a DTSC issue, it might be an air issue, a pesticide issue, and refers it out for follow-up and action. The US EPA Environmental Justice Rapid Response Task Force has been a successful way for us to collaborate with community, to work with other agencies. And this was activated following the Schnitzer, also known as Radius Recycling Fire last year. And it's still ongoing and evolving into even more collaborative effort. And then lastly, the Chiquita Canyon Multi-Agency Coordination. Our enforcement, permitting, and emergency response teams, they're in person every week at the Chiquita Canyon Post, responding to this really serious issue with leachate that's impacting people living around the landfill. So that highlights some of our activities around coordination collaboration. Lastly, and I don't have a slide on this because it's hot off the press, but General Environmental Services in Rancho Cordova, some of you may remember this facility was a permitted storage treatment facility that handled hazardous waste. And in 2021, DTSC denied the permit because of repeated violations and the seriousness of these violations. And so just this month, our enforcement team settled alleged violations from inspections in 2018. And the settlement, it includes 11 total causes of action and a penalty of $3.1 million. So major violations were failure to properly separate incompatible waste, failure to use require safety protocol to prevent mixing of incompatible waste. And the stipulated provision also doubled down on closure of the facility, and then also includes clean closing costs and follow through on closing areas of contamination that were identified in our investigation. So it's a good reminder of how DTSC permitting and enforcement really works together to take action and shut down facilities where there's good cause, and then follow through on the enforcement case that resulted in significant penalties. So kudos to our enforcement team and our permitting teams on that one. Lastly, here's a slide to remind the public, all of you, to report environmental problems. We have on our website California EPA online form that can be filled out. And then we also have a hotline number. And we've been sharing this at the symposiums we've been attending. So appreciate any way to get the word out and encourage the public to report issues to us.
Let's make sure we have that on our website as well. Okay, thank you. Wow, thank you, Katie. I know we have Alexis and Ingrid may want being on the 673 work group. I'll give them first opportunity.
Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Director Butler. I think that was just so informative for us. And we very much appreciate seeing this level of detail, the uptick in inspections with the resources that were provided, and the success in enforcement. Board Member Brostrom and I participated for the first meeting of us being invited to the SB 673 DTSC work group, and look forward to continuing to work with your team on bringing that to reality. You mentioned the 3 policy level information sheets that the team will be preparing, and we've urged the team to bring one of those forward to our August meeting, which is August 28th or 29th, so that we as a team and you hosting that could bring that draft forward to the public by August, given the difficulty of bringing all 3 together at once. So thank you for bringing this information forward and for inviting us to participate in this. It's been something that since the board was first formed and hearing and engaging with the public, this very topic has come up from the beginning, and so very often. So let me flip it over to you, Ingrid.
Yeah, I mean, I think you covered, you know, our participation. We've gone to the first meeting. We look forward to the continued engagement. And you know, I just, I'll name it attention that I know that you all are struggling with, and, you know, hopefully we can help you through that struggle. But this idea of nexus, and the idea of cumulative impacts, where the body can't tell the difference between routes of exposure, and yet our permitting processes are really focused on, you know, different issue areas. And so this tension between the, like, how do you use cumulative impacts and community vulnerability analysis, you know, in a way that respects exposure on the body and vulnerabilities in a permitting world. So something that we're very interested in continuing the conversation. I did just have a question, and I know you, I attended, and I know you talked a little bit about, you know, the approach in Kettleman City, you know, while we're waiting for the regulations to come down. You've done a vulnerability analysis or evaluation using CES data. And I was wondering, you know, if you're planning on doing that for the other closely pending permit decisions and discussions, particularly around Button Willow and Fibrotech. And if you've done something, or you're planning on doing something, and if not, you know, how you're going to be looking at those very, you know, soon to be discussed permits.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. For Button Willow, we do have in the works, and we plan a similar CalEnviroScreen workshop. For EcoBat and Fibrotech, these are permits that have been under review for quite some time. And as we're nearing a draft and final decision for those, the implementation of us taking into account community vulnerability looks different because of where we are in the process. And I'm glad you brought this up, because our strategy there is, especially for Fibrotech, since we're nearing the timeline for a final decision, is to really leverage the community, the public comments, and we received comments from the health department, from other interested parties on that draft decision. And this is where the community voice really matters. And I want to encourage our interested parties to participate and comment on these draft decisions, because we look at those comments, and those comments can inform how we are considering community vulnerabilities in a final decision. So we didn't have a CalEnviroScreen workshop for Fibrotech, but we have the community comments and the lived experience and the testimonies from people living next to Fibrotech that can inform our final decision. So that's how we're approaching it for Fibrotech. For EcoBat, we're in discussions right now about what the meetings will look like once a draft decision is announced. So once that draft permit goes out, we will have a series of meetings. We would like there to be formats that are more conducive to dialogue and to bringing other agencies to the table, just like we had in Kettleman City. I can't tell you exactly what that's going to look like, but that is what we're working on right now for EcoBat and the process.
Thank you. Are there any other pressing board questions for Katie Butler? No, we'll go to
I just wanted to reiterate, this may have been missed yesterday, but we have a new working group of 2 of our board members that are working on SB 673. It is Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker and Board Member Brostrom. So just wanted to reiterate that.
right, because we do love our subcommittees. Thank you. Sheena, do you want to see if there are any public comments or questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we can skip, we had a separate slide deck for SB 673.
It was included in that one.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So we will start with in-person comments. If there's anyone in person that would like to comment on this agenda item, please raise your hands. And while our in-person participant is making their way up to the podium, for Zoom participants, please raise your virtual hands and I will call on you next.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I don't have paper, so I've got a lot.
Please state your name and affiliation.
Good morning. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazaros, and I'm here today on behalf of our clients, the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights, Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles, and the Balamo Action Committee. And I just wanted to, because 3-minute sound bites are not really long enough to have detailed policy conversations, what I thought I would do is just take some time to return us to the letter that we wrote in 2021 about 673. And I want to highlight 3 important things. First, we wrote this letter on October the 8th, 2021. That was exactly 6 years after the governor signed SB 673. And today, as I stand here before you, it's been 3,150 days since that bill was signed. That's 8 years, 7 months, and 15 days. And we're looking at still more time to get to the decision making that we need to have around this issue. So back then in 2021, we reminded DTSC that the way that the Legislative Council summarized 673 was, and I quote, "The bill would require the department by January 1st, 2018 to establish or update criteria for use in determining whether to issue a new or modified hazardous waste permit or renewal of a hazardous waste facilities permit, and to develop and implement by July 1st, 2018, programmatic reforms designed to improve the protectiveness, timeliness, legal defensibility, and enforceability of the department's permitting program." However, what we keep seeing and hearing, we see an example of it happening in Kettleman now, I think we heard it in today's conversation, is this notion that we are going to use the 673 process to decide something like what they said back then, which is determining facility actions to enhance community protections. Dr. Williams talked about there not being a strong nexus between the impacts that the community is experiencing in Kettleman City and the impacts from the landfill. This notion that somehow what the legislature directed was that there be such a nexus and that the agency was tasked with simply acknowledging that there are impacts and then acknowledging the limitations for addressing those impacts and then letting that be enough to move forward. We believe that is fundamentally opposed to the clear language of the legislation, and we again urge DTSC to not take that approach. So the last thing that I'll just note to wrap this up is DTSC has been directed to further understand the results of, to understand what it looks like to be one of the small number of communities
Thank
that are
you.
living on the front line of the hazardous waste facilities in California. Simply acknowledging that communities face significant exposures and vulnerabilities is not enough. DTSC was tasked with determining when too much is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Will you provide us that
I'd be happy to.
2021 memo? Probably somewhere, but it would be good for the subcommittee to be refreshed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any additional in-person comments on this agenda item? Seeing none. I do see Florence Caribbean, your hand is raised. For our Zoom participants, please continue to raise your virtual hands if you would like to comment on this item. Florence Caribbean, we will send you a request to unmute. Please go ahead and state your name and affiliation.
Florence Caribbean, longtime DTSC employee in the enforcement program. So many of these things really resonate with me. And I feel very encouraged with the planning that's being done and looking at doing the work more effectively. I want to say that cumulative impact and tackling that issue is tremendously important and also tremendously difficult. So it's something where you need input from medical experts, from the community, a lot of input, and recognizing that a lot of the health-based standards are based on exposure to one chemical and decisions made on that one chemical, when so often communities are exposed to not just one chemical, but a number of chemicals, and understanding how that all impacts their health and welfare. I want to really support the effort to collaborate with other environmental agencies. And in the work that I do, I see this necessity over and over again, because that collaboration can make a difference. And the last thing I will say is that doing this work, I work with several different agencies. I work with the Air Resources Board. We have opportunity to work with the LA Water Control Board, and that collaboration makes a difference. Being at the table. I just recently saw a presentation by the state water board on a facility that we have in our community that is so problematic, handling a very dangerous chemical. And they shared their inspection. And as I did that, I thought, well, that would also be a DTSC inspection violation. And trying to knit all of that together really is a challenge. Also, identifying sensitive receptors, which is something that the Air District and the Air Board do, but how do you take that information and put it on real action is very problematic and very difficult to do. So I congratulate the work being done, and I am encouraged, and thank you.
Thank you, Florence. It's always good to hear from you.
Thank you for that. And let's call for Zoom comments on this agenda item. And while we're waiting on Zoom commenters, Spanish interpreters, please alert me if there are any comments on the Spanish line. Seeing no further hands or comments, Madam Chair, that concludes this comment period for this agenda item.
Thank you. Y'all ready for a bio break? Promptly 10 minutes, we'll start. We're running a little bit late, so we'll be crisp about that. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We are back, and a quorum is established with 3 board members present. Madam Chair.
Welcome back, everyone. We do have a quorum, and now I would like at this time to take a minute to find my place. Thank you very much. I want to introduce Ryan Dominguez, DTSC Hazardous Waste Management Plan Supervising the Hazardous Substance and okay, there's a few typos here, so we're not going to go with that. We have 2 people today, Ryan Dominguez, and are we having Kayla Kuehl as well? Thank you, Kayla. Engineers in the Hazardous Waste Management Plan development, so thank you. They will be presenting an update on the plan. Then, as requested by the board to receive updates on new technologies, they will present a summary on supercritical water oxidation technology. Following their presentation, we'll have obviously board discussion and public comment.
Okay, so to first start off, we've done a number of many engagement opportunities. We've had many engagement opportunities over the last few months and over the last really couple of years as we are putting the report together and as we move towards into planning. We've gathered information and done engagement through a number of different ways. They're listed up here on the screen. But these really have allowed us to start conversations about hazardous waste management with folks from all over the state. We've used this information and these methods to collect comments, thoughts, start these conversations to help guide our considerations for planning. Now, one example of this is in the hazardous waste streams that we're looking for, or that we're looking at for waste and disposal reduction. These are contaminated soil, incinerable waste, and alternative energy waste. We've heard a lot about these different waste streams and these various avenues of information collecting. And we took all of that back and determined that, yeah, those sound like reasonable waste streams to look at. I wanted to highlight one engagement that we've done recently. We were able to attend an environmental justice and enforcement symposium. Katie referred to this earlier. It was hosted by the LA Environmental Justice Network. I thought it was a very informative symposium. A number of us, myself, one of my staff, and then one of our another staff member from another unit in policy came along, and it was a very good symposium. One of the things I want to highlight from it, LA County presented on their sustainable land use planning practices and green zone ordinance. It covers land use policy, community engagement. It includes some EJ screening methods and prevention and mitigation. And it's one of the subjects that we want to look into a little further to dig into some of the details on it. But it was an interesting presentation and really highlights that the importance of land use and the local planning efforts that go into all of those decisions. Our group also presented on a panel and participated in a panel discussion alongside some folks from Cal Recycle and Del Amo Action Committee. It was a very good discussion. It was talking about just general hazardous waste management topics, themes, alternative technologies, and different management strategies. One of those management strategies being like the waste management hierarchy, source reduction, recycling, treatment, disposal. So I'm going to transition into just a little bit of an update to our plan. Here's a general timeline that we've been working under. We've been through Q1, in Q2 now, and we're moving into Q3 and Q4. In Q3, I'm going to touch a little bit about what we can expect coming up a little later in the presentation. We have one workshop here identified. We're looking at doing more, but right now we're scoping those out. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a few slides. But just to give an update on our plan and where we're at right now, we've been taking feedback in conversations that we've had through all those different engagement opportunities to begin to develop the plan. We're looking at formatting it, developing specific goals, and then recommendations that will be used to fulfill some of those goals. This is an ongoing process. The planning process itself is iterative and it's coming over time. Not everything will be addressed in this one plan. It is a very iterative process, much like hazardous waste management has been since the beginning of the start of the program. We're also looking at and working to incorporate recommendations from the board, and we've been talking to them a little bit about that, and are looking to continue those conversations in the future. We're also using them to focus some of our workshops over the summer for specific topics of interest. So to talk about some of our workshops, I wanted to do a recap of this first one that we had this year. We wanted to start kind of take a step back since it was the first one of the year. We had just released our report and a few months prior to it, big meaty report, give people time to read it, and then get into where we're going and moving forward. So the scope of this was to talk about where we've been, what have we done, what did we hear, where do we want to go, where are we going? We invited public feedback and have been having the continuous engagement with numerous interested parties. This workshop had about 125 attendees. We did something different this time where we sent out a pre-workshop survey and a post-workshop survey, and it was really valuable. We took a lot away from the pre-workshop survey and helping to craft what we were talking about and how we were talking about it. About half of the, we had about 29 respondents, and about half of them, this was their first workshop. They hadn't read the report. And so that kind of gives us our starting point where we have to design and speak about very complicated subjects to someone that has never even probably heard about them. And so we're using that. This was very valuable, and we want to continue to do that in the future. I took a lot away from it, and the post-workshop survey as well. We got some good questions and comments in those. And so we're looking to continue to use that format, and hopefully the participation in that will increase over time. Some of our main takeaways from this, a lot of the feedback was centered around two of our focus areas, waste criteria and waste capacity. Within these, I pulled out a few bulleted items here of interest. Alternative management standards were of particular interest. There was a number of questions about those. Lithium-ion batteries was another one, increasing the understanding of waste generation and focusing on the waste generation and having a deeper understanding of the generators themselves, and then treatment facilities. And a lot of the questions that we got were also just informational in nature. They were requesting information, clarifications on certain things. What does this mean? That type of thing. And that brings me into some examples for the future workshop concepts. So we're developing these based on the feedback that we have received, and a few that we think are very important. The first one on the top left, alternative management standards. What we're looking at for that, and as I talked about in our workshop, we're currently looking at the non-hazardous waste landfills to understand how they're constructed. We've pulled technical documents and are reviewing those to understand how they're designed, how they were constructed, how they're operated. The beginning of waste management, landfills were unlined with no leachate collection. They now have liners and have leachate collection systems and operational controls. And so we're looking at the breadth of landfills across the state to understand how they're designed and built. That's step one into alternative management standards. During the workshop, there was 4 waste streams that the attendees asked about and highlighted that we might want to look into. These are lithium-ion batteries, covered electronic devices, solar panels, and contaminated soil. And so 3 of these, and these are things that we are looking at now. 3 of them, the lithium-ion batteries, covered electronic devices, and solar panels, already kind of have some alternative management because they're universal waste. And so we're looking further into that. Contaminated soil, however, is not, and that is one waste stream that we're looking at for alternative management. There's a number of considerations, starting with what is the design of the landfills. So that's where we started. That's one of the topics that we want to talk about in that workshop. Next one is waste reduction and incinerable waste. In this last workshop, we started the conversation about what we've been working on. Incinerable wastes are a waste stream that we're focusing on for reduction. It was one that was highlighted by a number of comments that we got and feedback that we got from the reporting process and in the workshop process that we were just in. So this is one that we're looking at. We're starting off by understanding what the waste streams are. Who's generating them? What are they? What are the processes they're in? There's a lot of considerations to go in because it covers many industries. Bottom left over here, we have waste capacity and the connection of hazardous waste management to Superfund money. In CERCLA, there's a requirement that states have 20 years of capacity for treatment and disposal. And we're working to better understand that connection and understand what our current capacity is for both of those things. And it's required in order to get new CERCLA funds. And so we're working to better understand what our current capacity is for both of those, what waste streams might be lacking in. EPA is also doing currently within their capacity assurance evaluation. And so they are going through that evaluation now. We've actually been working with them from our end to provide them information and talk through certain issues with them. If you're curious, it's CERCLA 104C9 is the requirement. So you can read about it a little bit. The bottom right is waste capacity. We're looking at a waste code evaluation and potentials for updates to waste codes 611 and 181. These are contaminated soil and other inorganic hazardous waste. This is part of the data fidelity connection that we're looking at. It's one of the issues that we highlighted in the report, as these waste codes aren't very descriptive. They don't tell us what is in the waste that's making it hazardous, so it makes it very difficult to understand what it is. We were able to do a dive into the top generators of these wastes to understand what primarily is making their waste hazardous, but we think there's a better way to do it. And so what we're doing right now is organizing a new structure for a waste code for these two and just expanding them. The idea is let's add some additional codes in here to highlight specific constituents that might be making the waste, or that are identified in the waste. That can help provide information about what's making this stuff hazardous and give us more information from our end. But in order to do that, there are numerous steps to go through. Right now is developing the concept. Next, and we've been talking internally with various groups, how will this impact your decision, or your decisions or your process? We need to talk, we've been talking with US EPA, Region 9, because it's ultimately their manifest program. And so we have to make sure that if we propose a change, that it can be supported by their program. And so we're in a few steps along the process. There are a number of other steps that we need to take in order to make sure that the idea is in fact doable. With that, I will stop. I do want to give another commercial for the report because it's fantastic. And please read it. It's very informative and will provide a lot of context to what I was just talking about and just hazardous waste management in general. There's a lot, we tried to put a lot of background information in it, explain what certain things mean. And so if you are wondering what I'm talking about up here, that should help provide context to it. So next, I'm going to have Kayla come up and talk about supercritical water oxidation. It's a pretty good presentation. I'm excited to hear it.
Thank you, Ryan, and welcome, Kayla.
Thanks, Ryan. My name is Kayla Kuhl, and I'm a hazardous substances engineer with the Hazardous Waste Management Plan Unit. And I'm here to talk a bit about supercritical water oxidation. Supercritical water oxidation is often abbreviated SQO, so I'm going to use that acronym a bit in this meeting and avoid having to say the full name of the technology every time. So we really wanted to learn about this treatment technology. It has been mentioned in numerous board meetings, and we've received feedback that we should research the potential of this technology. General Atomics is a vendor that supplies supercritical water oxidation equipment, and they invited a diverse group of people to visit their facility for a technology demonstration, including DTSC. Because we're researching waste reduction technologies, the invite was passed along to our group, so we got to visit them. They are a vendor and they wanted to demonstrate this technology because of a recently published EPA report where they use the technology to destroy PFAS containing firefighting foam. PFAS are per and polyfluorinated substances that are much more commonly called forever chemicals. Now, PFAS are not hazardous waste, so we're more interested in this technology's application to hazardous waste treatment. And it's been presented as a potential alternative to incineration for some hazardous waste. So just a bit of an agenda. I'll start off with a general review of the supercritical water oxidation technology, and I'll also discuss the potential applicability of SQO for hazardous waste treatment. We've received that feedback in board meetings and from the public that SQO should be investigated as a potential alternative to incineration specifically. So I'll be discussing the benefits of SQO, but also be discussing some of the potential challenges to wide-scale treatment by SQO. Starting off with a bit of industry background, it's actually not that new of a technology. It's been around for about 40 years. As a treatment technology for aqueous-based organic waste. The SQO process allows for the rapid destruction of a wide variety of organic species that are normally considered very difficult to break down. In terms of technical challenges to SQO, corrosion and salt precipitation tend to be the two biggest ones, corrosion of the reactor material and salt precipitation, which would potentially plug the reactor material or piping. There have been a lot of companies that have used SQO technology that are actually no longer in business, and poor management of corrosion and salt plugging seems to be the most common technical reasons that some companies have shut down. So what is supercritical water, right? It can be made supercritical at very high temperatures and pressures, so 705 degrees Fahrenheit for temperature and 3,206 PSI for pressure. For reference, the pressure that the atmosphere puts on us is only 14.7 PSI, so 3,200 PSI is a lot higher than that. Supercritical water exists as a single dense phase that moves through media like a gas, but has solvent properties more like a liquid. Also, water undergoes a change in its solvent behavior once it becomes supercritical. This allows supercritical water to be able to destroy organic waste, whereas normally organic wastes are not soluble in water. Many companies are using SQO technology for waste destruction. It doesn't seem to be so widely used for hazardous waste specifically, though. So even though it's an established technology, there's definitely still research that needs to be done on its potential applications. It has been used widely for treatment of municipal wastewater for PFAS. Battelle, 374 Water, and General Atomics are all companies that have achieved success in PFAS destruction with SQO technology. And forgive the busy slide, but that's their technology report demonstrating their PFAS destruction from a couple of those companies. Now, as I mentioned, PFAS are not hazardous waste, but SQO could be in theory applied to hazardous waste. So this is a developing field. So let's talk about the visit itself. General Atomics invited both regulators and industry members to their San Diego facility for a demonstration of what they call industrial supercritical water oxidation, abbreviated ISQO. And I think they call it industrial just to indicate that it's a larger scale than what's been used commonly. This photo shows the unit that we visited, which is their permanent demonstration facility in San Diego. As you can see, it's relatively small scale. There's only a few pieces of equipment in the photo, although out back that's not shown, there were a couple more pieces of supporting equipment like a separator and air compressors. And because it's relatively simple in terms of the equipment necessary to conduct supercritical water oxidation, General Atomics also offers that technology in mobile units. The schematic of an ISCO unit is shown on this slide. So in the center there, you can see a waste is added to a water and fuel blend, which is on the upper left. And that's fed into an ISCO pressure vessel in the center there. And as I mentioned, so they operate at 3,400 PSI pressure and 1,202 Fahrenheit. So that's above even the minimum of 3,200 PSI and 700 Fahrenheit needed for supercritical water. And they just do this to make sure that there's a high efficiency of the destruction of the organic materials. Under these conditions, organic materials, oxidation reactions, and oxidation products are rendered miscible in water, which means they form a homogeneous or uniform mixture. This allows for complete oxidation to take place at a high rate. Only 3 to 4 seconds of residence time is needed in the ISCO pressure vessel, but they typically do more like a 10 to 12 second residence time just to allow for a bit of a margin of error. Water shown in the bottom left quenches the reaction mixture, and pressure is relieved in the center there, and then material enters a gas-liquid separator on the right. The gas effluent on the upper right usually contains only non-hazardous substances, such as excess oxygen, carbon dioxide, and steam. The liquid effluent on the bottom right is sampled and typically can be released in the municipal wastewater system because it does not contain hazardous materials. The purpose of the visit was for General Atomics to advertise how their technology can be used. SCWO can be used on a very wide variety of feed materials, including spent activated carbon, fluorinated organics, fuel oil, mining waste, and resin based. But like I said, the specific demonstration was on PFAS destruction. When incinerated, PFAS and other fluorinated compounds release hydrogen fluoride, which is very toxic. But SCWO of fluorinated waste had no detection of hydrogen fluoride in the effluent stream after neutralization. I mentioned earlier that corrosion and salt plugging tend to be the two biggest issues in managing SCWO. Though General Atomics noted that some corrosion is seen on their equipment, the reactors have a replaceable liner that's relatively inexpensive, and they can select this liner's material based on the feed material that they're going to process so that it's as resistant as possible. And replacements of the liner only takes a few hours. Also, the reactor vessel used is about 10 to 12 inches in diameter or width. So it's not a narrow pipe reactor. So even though you do get a bit of salt buildup on the walls, they typically don't have any issues with salt plugging like have been seen when you use a much more narrow reactor. So ISCO has received a lot of interest in being a potential alternative to incineration. There are no commercial hazardous waste incinerators in California. Also, there is a national capacity shortage resulting in a backlog of waste needing incineration. There are issues citing additional incinerators or even expanding existing ones. So the national capacity is unlikely to significantly increase. However, supercritical water oxidation systems may be easier to permit, so there's more of a possibility of them being built in California, although they would still need to go through California's permitting process. Based on conversations with General Atomics, the byproducts of SCWO are typically non-toxic compared to an incinerator. This is a technical advantage over incinerators, but it could also make ISCO easier to permit because there would likely be less pushback against ISCO construction versus an incinerator construction. That being said, it's very difficult to make generalized statements about the byproducts of SCWO versus incineration that are applicable to all waste streams. If you have a given waste stream, the SCWO process can be modeled and the byproducts predicted, And small scale testing, of course, can be done to confirm that that is correct. And so then you can determine exactly what are the byproducts of SQUO versus the byproducts of incineration for a given waste stream. Now, ISCO does have some challenges to implementation. There is a high upfront equipment cost to ISCO building that includes not only the equipment itself, but also other supporting items, such as a building to house the unit, utilities, electricity, and wages. And this doesn't account for any costs or the time invested associated with permitting a hazardous waste treatment unit in California. Another concern is whether SQUO would be allowed under RCRA hazardous waste regulations because of land disposal restriction requirements. Most incinerable waste generated in California is RCRA and therefore hazardous on a federal level, not non-RCRA, which would mean it would only be hazardous in California and therefore only the state regulations would apply. So for RCRA hazardous waste requiring incineration, RCRA treatment standards must be followed. SQUO does not appear to be an approved treatment method for RCRA hazardous waste, though we're looking at this further because the treatment standards may not apply if only water that can be discharged into the municipal wastewater system is created as a byproduct. Also, there may be a difference between the regulations for on-site treatment versus off-site treatment. And since I mentioned that ISCO units can be portable, on-site treatment of SQUO systems is definitely a possibility, though of course it would still require a permit in California. So this is an area of future research for us. So let's talk some numbers. One of the biggest disadvantages of ISCO compared to incineration is throughput, which is how much material you can put through the system at a given time. ISCO operates at a feed flow rate of 3 gallons per minute, and the system is theoretically capable of running up to 5 gallons per minute, but General Atomics let us know that that's typically not done. And actually, some feed materials need lower than 3 gallons per minute, depending on the energy content of the feed to make sure that the oxidation occurs properly. So I did some very rough back of the envelope type calculations to get a very rough estimate of throughput. So I assumed that typical 3 gallon per minute feed flow rate, but I also assumed 0 downtime in a year, 24/7 operation, a rough assumption for material density, which of course would vary depending on what hazardous waste you're using. And I calculated that a typical ISCO unit could process roughly 5,000 tons a year capacity for one unit. And like I said, there were a lot of assumptions, but this was intended to just be a very rough estimate. In comparison, the hazardous waste incineration facility in Aragonite, Utah typically processes 10 times as much hazardous waste per year, about 50,000 tons, and it's permitted by the EPA to operate even more. And like I said, this is a very rough comparison. The most any SQUO system has been demonstrated to run is Monday through Thursday, 24/7. So that brings us down to only 3,000 tons per year capacity. And this doesn't include any planned or unplanned downtime. But this is just to give you an idea of the comparative throughput of one SQUO system versus one incinerator. Now, one potential way to combat the issues with throughput would be to have multiple SQUO systems operating in parallel. This isn't currently being done, but there is the theoretical possibility of running multiple SQUO units in parallel. There's also the possibility of running them at the sites that are generating the hazardous waste too. So most hazardous incinerable waste generators do not exceed 5,000 tons per year in terms of what they are generating on an average year. So the on-site treatment capacity is definitely a possibility. It's not clear right now if SQUO vessels themselves have scale-up potentials. Like I mentioned, they're not especially large. But the thing is, they're pressure vessels, and there's issues with increasing the wall thickness as you try and scale up a pressure vessel. It's also worth noting that SQUO would not be able to create non-hazardous compounds from metal-bearing waste, such as chromium sludges. So those wastes would still require a different treatment. In summary, General Atomics invited us to view a demonstration of their industrial supercritical water oxidation. This system uses the unique properties of supercritical water to destroy a wide variety of waste materials, including hazardous waste. The ISCO system typically produces minimal byproducts. At the time of the visit, General Atomics demonstrated the destruction of PFAS in firefighting foam, but the technology has potential in other waste streams, and that's what we're mostly interested in it for, the potential destruction of hazardous waste. General Atomics has proposed that ISCO could be a potential alternative to incineration, given the issues citing incinerators. However, we're still researching the potential regulatory limitations to use this technology. At a minimum, it would require a hazardous waste treatment permit under California regulations. Also, while ISCO is technically capable of handling many of the same wastes currently treated with incinerators, a single ISCO system running under ideal conditions still processes less than 1/10 the hazardous waste that the nearest incinerator does. So this is a really interesting technology, and we were very excited to get to research it more, but there's still additional research that needs to be done to fully understand the potential of this technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. Wow. We'll have questions from board for either or both of you. Sure.
One, I just wanted to just compliment the hazardous waste management program team. We've been working as a subcommittee with this team for the last 2 years, year and a half, and just seeing the amount of public engagement, responsiveness to what they're hearing from the public and the board has been wonderful to see. So it's really been great working with you all and seeing the progression. So I really appreciate that. So thank you for that. And then second, I have a lot of questions around this last presentation. So we meet internally, so we may have to table some of those questions. And then last thing, so Sushma actually did her thesis on hypercritical water extraction. So you're speaking her language here. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Right, exactly. Echo Swathi on that. And the subcommittee is now Ingrid, because new board members just get assigned subcommittees until they put their hand up and say stop. So thank you for being on that. But I think Sushma will start with the thesis person here. Because I'm sure we do all have a lot of questions about this, including how is it piloted? How can we think about it going forward? It's very exciting. So thank you for bringing that forth and the rest of your community engagement. Sushma?
So first of all, we've talked a lot about bringing R&D and more innovative solutions and thinking to hazardous waste management in California. So very excited to see this. I have 2 questions. Wow. I'll give them both out. Okay, louder. One is, where are we in the adoption curve for this technology? Because it sounds like we still have to do a pilot and there's some exploration around regulatory requirements. So can you speak a little bit about where we are in the adoption curve, as in if we were to adopt something like this to manage hazardous waste, not just the incinerable waste, what are we looking at in terms of next steps? My first question.
Thank you. Yeah, we're very early in the adoption curve at this point. Like I said, it seems to be most prominently used for PFAS, which are not even hazardous waste. So it's really a matter, though, too, of if a generator has interest in this technology and using this technology to manage their hazardous waste. They've done a wide variety of demonstrations on this, but in terms of the wider scale adoptions, there would need to be some sort of specific interest in handling a specific waste stream.
Okay. And I imagine sometimes to push technology adoption, there could be some sort of incentive programs and pilots to stimulate the interest. So that's, do you want to comment on that, Ryan?
Yeah, and there, I think part of the other curve is the regulatory requirements. Those are things that we need to dive into and further understand. What are the permitting requirements for? Is it allowed to be used currently in California? Either for on-site treatment, because we require permits for that. This technology is not included in those permits currently. Those are
those are the lower tier permits. They're typically based on what the waste is, what the technology is, and the volume being treated. And so that's part of the review, is what are the regulatory requirements for on-site treatment? And then in addition, when you start talking about off-site treatment for things like incinerable waste, that's where the land disposal restrictions come into play, and the treatment standards from US EPA and in RCRA. Those were established based on best demonstrated available technology. That's why those exist. They exist to reduce the toxicity and mobility of hazardous waste. And so this technology, those LDRs, land disposal restrictions, are federal requirements. And so how that works with this is an area that we want to look into. So that's probably a big part of potential pilots. And then, like Kayla was saying, a company would have to go and want to do this as a pilot.
So you mentioned that it was more expensive, that this equipment is expensive.
Yeah.
Relative to, but there's the cost of trucking all that stuff, right? As opposed to something that might be on site. So the analysis, I hope, includes the tangible, comparison of expense, as well as what's best for health and the environment. Those two factors.
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't mean to imply that the alternatives were not expensive. I just wanted to flag that the equipment setup is not cheap. You would definitely have to do a full side by side. Like I said, if you have a waste stream, if you know where it's going, like you said, the cost of trucking it, the incinerators themselves were built so long ago, it's difficult to do like a direct cost comparison with something like that. But as you said, there's a lot of other costs to consider, including those that are much more difficult to quantify. So yeah, that would definitely need to be a further analysis to fully do cost comparison.
Can I add to that a little bit? And this was a technology I think the Community Protection and Hazardous Waste Reduction Initiative looked into and decided not to pilot it. I couldn't find the information about the reasoning on why. I think cost was a big part of it. But they were looking at it for remediation of like cleanup site waste, not for just off-site treatment. And they're two different things. There's that gray area, or the transition from the cleanup to what is hazardous waste. There's two separate chapters of the law. Cleanups are done under Chapter 6.8 of California Health and Safety Code. Hazardous waste is under Chapter 6.5, different requirements. So you start to bridge that, and that's where some of those differences start to come in.
Yeah, and just to share a little bit more about our experience on the council, we toured a site as well, did a site visit and saw the equipment and got a demonstration. And as I recall, we were looking at contaminated soils as the thing being treated, and there was it just didn't seem ready to go. The things were extremely loud. And I think at that point they were talking about bringing them portable to the cleanup sites. I think there was potential diesel or pretty strong smells at the site. And even like that it would work well for contaminated soils, there was a lot of question marks. So there was a lot of excitement going into the council for this technology. And I think we left the demonstration with more questions than answers. And that's what I recall.
Yeah, and I can, yeah. One of the issues, and she touched on it a little bit, if you're trying to, and contaminated soils, and it doesn't always have metals in it, but that's typically what we have been seeing in the waste stream from contaminated soils. Metals aren't going to go away. You don't destroy them. They're elements of the earth. You just move them from phase to phase. And so I can see why there will always be a waste stream coming off of a treatment technology for something like that. And so then it's a matter of what is the best technology, given a bunch of different factors that goes into an alternatives analysis and a cleanup project. That's one thing. And you mentioned diesel is interesting. One of the things we learned was for this treating PFAS in the firefighting foam, the energy source they chose was diesel. So they put diesel into the mix to provide, they did it based on calories, I think, instead of, and so they use diesel as that energy source to get a full oxidation, which was it was an interesting fact that I was like, huh.
Just a quick note, though, that depending on the waste stream, you may not need to inject diesel. So PFAS in particular, because they didn't have enough energy to do the oxidation on their own, they needed the diesel injected. I want to say it was like 0.3 gallons per minute out of the total 3 gallon per minute flow rate. But depending on the waste stream, they don't necessarily need diesel.
So since this seems to be effective for PFAS, are you able to quantitate if, let's say you have a gallon of contaminated liquids and there's byproducts that are released, how much of the hazardous byproduct? I know you said that, and you might not have the answer to this and we can follow up, but that there is some byproduct that is hazardous after the fact, but it's minimal. Are you able to quantify that?
It depends on the waste stream used. So PFAS, the demonstration of PFAS, the effluent stream was typically non-hazardous and could just be, it did not have hazardous byproducts. But when you're talking about different waste streams, especially ones that are much, maybe they're more complicated, they have different elements in them, it's difficult to say that it won't always have byproducts. So when you get into other waste streams is when you could potentially have byproducts, and you would have to know the waste stream before making any statements about what the byproducts might be or how much the volume would be.
And even with the PFAS, it did form HF, and it has to be neutralized before it goes into the effluent. And so there is that chain of treatment that is needed still in order to be able to release it into the effluent stream. So that is part of there was no byproducts in that part, but there was treatment after the actual oxidation itself.
I do have a lot of technical questions and I want to save those because I am on the subcommittee, so we'll get a chance, and maybe, one request that it'd be great to have you come to the next one to maybe go a little deeper on this, but more broadly, kind of a zoom out. We don't have, like, DTSC doesn't have like a research and development arm, R&D, or a science and technology council like some other agencies and boards, agencies and departments do. And this was fascinating. And it also feels like it's a little bit of a missing piece of the hazardous waste long-term planning for California. So I am wondering, one is, how can we kind of continue to have these types of conversations in a more systemic way? How can we use the hazardous waste management plan in order to kind of push forward some of these conversations? And can you actually use the hazardous waste management plan to document or recommend action items related to this and other types of treatments, and actually have it as part of California's plan? So those are kind of higher level questions.
I'll touch a little on the first part. Agree that it's not centralized in the department. Certain programs might be doing their own thing. There was something akin to what you were talking about. And we talked a little bit about it I think in the introduction of our report. One of the things that it was in the former P2 program, or what became that. But there was an expertise that was developed in that program that isn't talked about a lot. There was numerous pieces and units within that did research on specific technologies. And that was one thing that was kind of scattered through the department. I think when the Safer Consumer Products, that shift happened. The focus changed, and when we've been looking at the P2, one of your recommendations was for a P2 revamp, essentially. What it didn't do was greatly reduce hazardous waste, specifically, because typically P2 programs aren't really aimed at only hazardous waste. It's waste in general, emissions, greenhouse gases, that kind of thing. But what it did do was, that was the underlying feature of it was it helped develop an expertise in certain technologies, industries, generators. And so I think there is room for it. It's something that we've been talking about, and it's something that we mentioned in our report. And so it's something to pursue and look into. Yes, I don't know what the recommendation might look like, but I agree the conversation should continue.
Our acronyms, P2 is the Prevention Pollution
sorry,
Program.
yes.
Pollution prevention, what I call it? Prevention of pollution. There you go. But we all got it. So we know that that program fell to a budget knife and years ago. So we're here now. And that's why I think the board members have raised it, because they were aware that it used to be something. So I think we'll go to public comments unless there's prep.
I just wanted to add a postscript since the board last met, and thank you for your presentations, that PFOA and PFAS were designated as CERCLA hazardous substances on April 19th. So even though we've been talking in the last half hour about them not being hazardous waste, those two particular compounds are now considered hazardous substances in a final rule.
Great. Thank you for that info. Not great, but.
And can I add one more thing? I'm sorry. The for that group and just those future conversations, there's not the resource issue is fully in effect to try and fully make a program robust like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Public comments or questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we will now open the floor for public comment for agenda item number 6, hazardous waste management plan update. For those of you joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands if you would like to comment on this item. For those in person, if you would like to comment on this item, please raise your hands.
Okay.
We'll start with the in-person participants. Please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning, folks. Scott Lichtig, Cali, PA, Deputy Secretary for Environmental Policy. Thanks so much for the presentation. As Alexis just hinted at, the regulatory landscape of PFAS is evolving very quickly. In addition to the CERCLA announcement, there have been RCRA designations that are coming out, and potentially most importantly, there's a new MCL for drinking water for PFAS, a maximum contaminant level. And so you're going to see a lot of movement in this space and a lot of work across BDOs at Cali, PA that I'm helping lead up a lot of work with the water board. And so watch this space, stay tuned. Maybe, we can give another update as this all progresses and as the regulatory landscape starts to evolve and see. I think these treatment processes are going to be that much more important as these standards are ratcheted down. So.
Apropos the upcoming drinking water standard being put in place for PFAS, the water board in the Bay Area recently heard an excellent presentation from some of the water suppliers in the Bay Area about how they're treating groundwater contaminated with PFAS, so that by the time, even though some of the plumes are very large, like 3 miles wide and 7 to 8 miles long, but by the time it's actually in the distribution system and being served to customers, it will meet the new standard. So I'm encouraged that even though we see some institutional steps to take in terms of treating soil with some of the innovative technologies, some of the day-to-day practices in treating groundwater seem to be going quite well so far. It's like the early days of MTBE.
Well, I'll leave on that note, but
And welcome back anytime with updates that you glean from your work. Please do. Thank you.
Are there any additional in-person comments on this agenda item? Seeing none, for the Zoom participants, I still have seen 0 hands raised. Madam Chair, Spanish interpreters, please alert me if there are any comments on the Spanish line.
No comments on the comments line. Thank you.
Seeing none, Madam Chair, this closes out the comment period for this agenda item.
Great. We will now take a 1 hour to the minute lunch break, and we'll see you all back here at 1:40. That's 58-minute lunch break.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that said, we will have public forum once we return from lunch. We have 0 comment cards, so if you plan to comment during public forum, please submit a comment card to us before then. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are now reconvening. The time is 1:40. We have a quorum established with 3 of 5 members present. Madam Chair?
All right, can everyone who's going to enjoy this afternoon have a seat? Thank you. Welcome back to Day 2, Part 2 of the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. We are now going to go into public forum for items not on the agenda. And so Sheena, will you conduct that, please, and see who wants to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So we are now at public forum for items not on the agenda. We will start with those that have signed up in advance. There are 2 people who signed up in advance. We have allotted 30 minutes for this item. And if you wish to comment during public forum for items not on the agenda, we have comment cards. So we ask that you please fill out your name. It's just simply fill out your name and submit it to staff, and we will call on those comment cards as they're received. So starting with our advanced sign up, we have Chuck White. Chuck White has indicated that he will comment via Zoom, which I do not see Mr. White online as of yet. Moving on, I will come back to Mr. White. Samantha Reed. I do see Samantha Reed online. Samantha, we will send you a request to mute. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, I actually don't have my name is Samantha Reed. I work for DTSE. I just wanted to watch the public forum. I don't have any comment. I'm so sorry about that. I just wanted to register just in case.
Thank you, Samantha. All right, so I will check if Mr. White is still not on Zoom yet. So I will go to in-person comments. Are there any in-person comments? I do not see any hands raised in the room. I do have 1 Zoom hand raised. Patricia McPherson. We will send you a request to unmute. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, you can. Hi, my name is Patricia McPherson. I'm president of Grassroots Coalition, and I would like to draw your attention to the Playa Vista site here in Los Angeles, which is one of the largest oil field gas sites in the United States. And it has to have mitigation for it. And without that mitigation, it was considered too dangerous to develop. We now believe that the systems have failed, and we now know that there has been improper oversight. I'd like to draw your attention. I don't see Alexis Strauss-Hacker at this meeting today, but her involvement from 2010 involved an email from Congresswoman Harman's office, her staff, Diane Moss, to myself, relaying Alexis Strauss's information when she was then with US EPA, comments of her inquiries into the Playa Vista oil field gas mitigation dewatering needs. She acknowledged the toxins in the groundwater that Playa Vista was wanting to send to sanitation here, and the chemicals were arsenic and CIS-DCE that were too high for sending into the aquatic environment, which here would be the Bayona Channel. Ms. Strauss commented that EPA had approved the discharge to sanitation, but she didn't know if the Playa Vista representatives were letting the water board know of the contamination. Well, we now know they did not, and we are working with the water board on this contamination. But as part of the gas mitigation systems, this contaminated groundwater appears to have been backing up into the gas mitigation pipes, and the staff of the personnel have been allowing it to be uncapped and discharging it into the garage, exposing the public and residents, and even LAFD, fire department personnel that were asked for assistance in its removal, ostensibly to the storm drain, which would be into Bayona Channel. Someone that participates here often is former DTSC leadership Florence Garibian, who has a lengthy history in the Playa Vista site and has been given recent info to which we've asked for assistance in helping us relay these issues to you, this new board, and DTSC. Some of you, we believe, are familiar with Aliso Canyon, the underground gas storage, so you should be familiar with the Playa del Rey field here in Los Angeles. The mile buffer zone at Aliso Canyon was instigated due to the known leakage of reservoir gas leakage to the surface here in Playa del Rey, which is adjacent to the Playa Vista site and actually underlies part of the sites. There are also 2 school sites under the jurisdiction of DTSC at this location. And if Chantel Johnson comes on here, I'd like to have her address you also, as she's a resident that can speak to the lack of notification for the residents.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've captured your complete comment, and of course, it'll be passed on to DTSC team.
Ms. McPherson, this is Alexis. Hello again. And we will not only follow up with DTSC, but ensure that the LA Regional Water Quality Control Board is aware of your concern about the contaminated groundwater discharge. So I will raise that to Susanna.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one additional hand raised. Again, we are on public forum right now, so anyone who wishes to comment on items not on the agenda, now is the time. I see Jesse Flores' hands raised. Jesse Flores, we will send you a request to unmute. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Jesse Flores. I'm a member of the nonprofit Nora Unidas. I'm here to touch on Fibrotech. I know it was touched on earlier today, I believe, in the leadership report, the DTSC leadership report, but I was working, so couldn't hear that. But looking forward to watching the recording of the meeting. But yeah, here to just support Neighbors Against Fibrotech and advocating for the permit denial of Fibrotech in the Los Niatos neighborhood of Santa Fe Springs. And yeah, Nora Unidas, we've been working with Neighbors Against Fibrotech, and we have members in Santa Fe Springs, and so it's been concern for a lot of our members that this hazardous waste facility with a long history of violations could potentially be allowed to continue operating. I also have family and friends in Santa Fe Springs, and so a few of them didn't even know this facility existed, and so they're concerned that it would keep operating under such a history of violation. So yes, so yeah, I think just whatever DTSC's outcome is regarding the permit, I urge this board to deny Fibrotech's permit renewal. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And just for clarification, the board's authority does not extend to approving permits. We hear permit appeals. So after if a permit is issued and there's an appeal to that permit, then that's within the board's purview. That said, these forums provide an opportunity to communicate with the permitting team because they're here and they get all the notes and comments from the meeting. And there's also information available on their website about how to comment and also how to participate in convenings that they hold. So I just wanted to make that distinction, but we are tracking PTI as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Spanish interpreters, can you please alert me if there are any comments on the Spanish line? Madam Chair, as of right now, there are no additional hands raised on Zoom, nor any hands raised in the room. And there are no Spanish comments. That closes out this public forum agenda item.
Chuck White never came back on?
Let me check one more time. No, I do not have Mr. White on.
Okay.
An additional hand just was raised. Jaime Sanchez. We will send you a request to unmute. Please state your name and affiliation. Jaime Sanchez, you may go ahead. Okay, well, Jaime, you may email us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. We will have one of our Zoom facilitators reach out to you directly, and you can provide your comment to us.
I'm prepared to comment now.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Jaime Sanchez. I'm a resident of Los Nietos and a member of Neighbors Against Fibertech. We oppose DTSC's planned permit approval for Fibertech Inc. The facts supporting denial are clear and not in dispute. PTI has a long history as a serial polluter and serial violator, almost 3 decades, including past and pending litigation. DTSC has a long history of failing to fulfill their mandate to protect the public. For almost a decade, DTSC has failed to implement SB 673, which requires DTSC to address cumulative impacts, community vulnerability, compliance history, and more. In addition, DTSC has failed to comply with CEQA requirements, which are mandated by law. Yet, DTSC plans to grant PTI a permit that will also allow PTI to almost double their capacity. Just as DTSC failed to act timely against Excite, they have failed to act timely against Fibertech. The criteria for Fibertech's permit denial has been met. It is well established, clear and convincing, and satisfies the prima facie legal requirements. We ask BES to assert its authority in order to prevent this miscarriage of justice and to protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime, once again for being diligent and vigilant in your advocacy, and we've always appreciated hearing from you. I will repeat, it's not within our authority to deny the permit. However, all of this information is passed on to DTSC. They're here today. The comments are made public. So I thank you again for standing up for, for the community response to this facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is one additional hand raised, Chantel Johnson. We will send you a request to unmute. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you. My name is Chantel Johnson. I am a resident in Playa Vista. I've been a resident for over 20 years. And as Patricia referenced, there is a major methane gas problem in Playa Vista. Over 20 years ago, 23 years ago, I should say, an extraordinary level of methane measures were required for the protection of the residents. For the proper functioning of these mitigation measures, the site was too dangerous to develop. It was actually recommended that the safest approach was to leave the property as an open space or to proceed with non-residential buildings only. That advice appeared to have been disregarded. The methane gases were never disclosed to the residents. I unfortunately discovered it when I was almost suffocated in 2022 in a major methane gas leak. And now added to this is toxic groundwater, learned just recently, that has been spewed on the tenants now for over decades. My daughter was diagnosed with cancer in 2004, and during her weekly cancer treatments, I wheeled her through many floods in the parking garage while water dripped on us from what we thought at the time was just simply rainwater. tenants residing in Playa Vista have lost their lives, and several others are currently experiencing health issues. There are thousands of lives that are actually at risk here. So I do appreciate Mrs. Strauss-Hacker's comment to make contact with the Water Board for investigation, and hopefully these matters can be looked at, be resolved for the protection of all of the lives and the residents in Playa Vista. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chantel.
Madam Chair, there are no additional hands raised, nor any hands raised in the room. That closes out public forum.
Great, thank you. We're exactly on time. I don't know how that worked out, but we will hear 3 presentations at this time, metal shredders presentations. So I want to invite our board vice chair, Alexis Strauss-Hacker, for an introduction to this agenda item. And I think all parties are here, correct?
Let's keep
Radius Recycling, we're all here?
Yeah.
Okay, almost here. Okay, well, we'll do our best.
Thank you, everyone. One of Director Williams' 2023 priorities for the Department of Toxic Substances Control had to do with the metal shredder industry and how it is regulated by DTSC. We wrote about this in our evaluation that we discussed yesterday, for which we're inviting public comment for the next month, and will then transmit to the Secretary of Cal EPA and post online. In preparing for that part of our evaluation and for this meeting being here in this part of the Bay Area, we thought it would be interesting and informative to bring together a very engaged community-based organization with the department and the affected industry to give perspectives on this unique aspect of California's circular economy and what it means for communities who may live in the vicinity of metal shredder facilities, and how the department regards its role in this whole process. So for us, it's a delight to welcome the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project team that is here today, and the presentation that will be given by Ms. Margaret Gordon, who is the well-known co-founder and co-executive director of the organization. Our second presenters are Radius Recycling, represented by John Hebert, the Chief of Operations, Mr. Mariano Mandler, the Vice President of Environmental, and Mr. Eric Potashner, the Chief Public Affairs and Communications Officer, and they will speak next. And the final presentation will be given by the Department of Toxic Substances Control Deputy Director, Katie Butler, from whom we heard earlier today, and colleague Dylan Clark. Once we've heard all of these 3 presentations, we're going to have board discussion, questions that we may pose, and then we will invite public comment. So that is the sequencing of what we'd like to do. And with your indulgence, I know I probably just need a minute for Miss Margaret to join us. Is that how you'd like to? If you wish, we could begin with Radius Recycling. What's the preference of the group in the back?
Is there anybody else from West Oakland Indicators Project that could maybe start the introduction until Miss Margaret? Okay.
And while our next presenter is coming to the podium, I would like to take this time to announce that we do have a full quorum for the record, and this meeting is being recorded. And as your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded.
Let me ask the West Oakland team, would you like us to wait a moment for Miss Margaret, or would you like us to proceed with Radius? Okay, we'll take a minute. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. As we had mentioned moments ago, we're going to begin today's discussion of metal shredders with a presentation from Ms. Margaret Gordon, who is the co-founder and co-executive director.
No, I'm just a co-director. I ain't on executive yet.
All right, I stand corrected of the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project. Thank you so much for bringing your team and for your presentation.
Okay, also, Scott, can you come up, because I want him to have to present the last part.
Please go ahead.
This is Scott Andrews, our technical staff for WOEIP. Alexis said, I am the resident founder of the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project. I've been here that's my cell phone. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me, audience. Apologize for that. Good, next slide. So these are some of the big engagements we have had over the years. I'm not going to say all of them. Next slide. This is Brian Beveridge, the other co-director who lives in West Oakland and has been part of the process. He does more of the administrative stuff, and I should have said I do more of the outreach on various levels. Next slide. This is our methodology and our mission. I'm not going to read it out, but I will say the last part, that our natural forces that impact their lives of the West Oakland residents, we give the residents the tools and to participate in those processes and to drive change from the bottom up. Next slide. These are some of our methods. We do write our own community participatory research with other individuals, organizations, state agencies, academia, and some private groups. And our process of methodology for environmental justice, we have a collaborative problem solving. Next slide. And these are other things we participate in. Our method of environmental justice is reducing emissions of that have bad conditions or harm to environmental justice communities. So we reduce, reuse, recycle, have relief, and we revive. And if you see in the middle, we build relationships. Next slide. These are some of the children from the neighborhood at the Thurgood Marshall Child Care Center. So each time one of these children have to go out and play, they have to use their inhalers. That's what's in their hands. You can't see it, they have to use their inhalers to go outside. And also, we know that from our data, that children between the ages of 0 and 5 in West Oakland and the zip codes of 94607, 94608, and 12, which is downtown, end up in the hospital for respiratory problems or asthma. Next slide. These are some of our impacts that we have had over the years. And if you see the map part, that map is also relating to our AB 617 action plan, which we were the first ones in Northern California were directly to doing a emission reduction plan. Next slide. Okay, we can go here.
Thank you, Ms. Margaret. So if you go back to that next slide, one more. Okay, so essentially this is why we're here today. Schnitzer Steel, now known as Radius Recycling, has been in West Oakland for over 60 years. They provide a lot of jobs. Great company. They do provide a lot of very important services. However, there is this persistent issue of fires that really concerns the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So the most recent fire was on August 9th of last year, as many of you know. Many people in the community were impacted. WEIP and some other local organizations got together to learn about the impacts that it had on the community. And for many people, it was pretty substantial, whether direct or just the psychological impacts of not knowing what is in the air around their community, particularly when these fires occur. I'm talking any more about the fire.
Well, I would say one of the first things that we did not have, it's not a established process for alerting West Oakland residents in reference to Radius or the Port of Oakland or any other such accident that occurs in that industrial area. We have no alerts. The city doesn't do it. The first line folks didn't do it. We didn't have a police car riding through the neighborhood saying, close your windows, stay in. We didn't have anything except for what was on TV. And that's how we most of us learned. Nothing. And still today, after a visit, there's not a alarm. It's not even a siren systems at Radius today. There's no such thing. Next slide.
Yeah, next slide, please. One more. As Ms. Margaret mentioned, some of the nice folks at Schnitzer Radius were kind enough to bring us on a tour the other day, last week. We do know that they're doing a lot. They're very on top of stormwater and preventing runoff from going into the bay. They have an electric locomotive that takes care of a lot of the hauling there on site. And they've done a lot to contain light fibrous material, or LFM, which is all great. However, there's still a lot of areas that need to be addressed, including diesel pollution coming from all of the equipment used in their yard outside of that electric locomotive. They have, as you probably know, tons of tractors, forklifts, trucks, all kinds of equipment that spews diesel emissions in the neighborhood, not to mention all the vehicles that are bringing the feedstock into the site itself. So we're talking potentially hundreds, if not thousands of trucks on a weekly basis, bringing materials into the site, as well as the ships, the vessels that are parked there in the berth to then take the processed materials away.
No electric dock.
Yeah.
Being consistent with around to your left, where to your right, where the Port of Oakland is, that ship is not plugged in. All right, that's part of the problem. Is that so we see that there's an opportunity for them to upgrade their ships, even though I'm understanding from our tour that only 2 ships come in a month. They come in a month, but to be consistent with the electrification process throughout the state, all ships should have, bulk ships also should have electrification.
Yeah, and that same electrical infrastructure that could be used to power these ships when they're at berth at port could potentially be used to charge electric vehicles on the site, as they're going about their daily business. When we were there, we definitely noticed some odors, as you might expect, from the oxidizers and potentially particulate matter, other potentially air toxics. But these are the types of things that really need to be monitored to ensure that the folks living near this facility aren't exposed to hazardous air pollutants. And then as we mentioned before, fire prevention. I mean, that's huge. We know that the proliferation of lithium ion batteries in vehicles, obviously, but all kinds of devices that find their way into these feedstock piles are highly flammable. And it's just a really major issue. We know that Schnitzer doesn't want fires, obviously, but in the case that a fire does happen, we need to make sure that the neighborhood is protected.
Oh, and lastly, also the trucks that bring in the feedstock are not electric. From the toll companies, those trucks are not electric. So we are in the process with the Port of Oakland to do a zero emission action port. And we see that if Schnitzer still is going to be operating here, they should be on the same pathway. They shouldn't be, because they're on private property next to the port, they should not have a waiver of not being consistent.
Thank you. Essentially, what we would love to see is that if Schnitzer is going to stay in place, radius, just to minimize the impacts on the neighborhood. That's really all we're asking for. We know that they do provide a lot of good jobs. We have friends who work there ourselves, and they do provide a great service that the world really needs. But we just want to make sure that they're not impacting local residents.
And the final word, green up or leave. Handle your business or leave. Don't keep us under this type of harm from exposure. We should not have to deal with this in 2024, 2025. We should not have to have this type of harm being done to a neighborhood about 25,000 people.
So just quick question. All of this goes towards, am I correct, what you want to see in the rules and regulations that DTSC ultimately adopts regarding metal shredders? Am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So it's specific to this facility, but if you're dealing with metal shredders, these are issues that you can report out. There may be others, but these are the ones your community has experienced.
Yes.
That you want to see reflected in rules and regulations that are put forth as they develop their metal shredder regulations. I
Yes.
just want to be sure I'm
Yes.
understanding.
And also
your
to
ask.
disclose, we did send from a judgment in 2021-22 that was against them from the state. We were a provider of some funding to do indoor filtration. So I'm going to disclose that we were one of those entities.
Thank you for that.
I had to have a lawsuit to get that money.
Appreciate that. We'll now, Alexis.
Thank you so much. May I ask the gentleman from Radius Recycling, John Hebert, the Chief of Operations, Mariano Mandler, the Vice President of Environmental, and then Eric Kochashner, the Chief Public Affairs and Communications Officer.
Sorry, I thought we were doing board Q&A after each presentation for each presenter.
It's up to you. What would you like?
Give us a second here. We have a mix and match
Yeah.
agenda, so it's on the agenda that way. How do you prefer?
Whatever the board wishes.
Okay. How about if we just get any quick questions that board members may have for West Oakland, and then we'll move on, and there may be more questions at the end. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would be interested in knowing what type of monitoring system you think would be most effective for the community.
We need several types. We need a monitor that detects toxics from the metals, our various metals, and air monitor, a PM 2.5 and 10. So that's off the top. That's what we need. Several various models, air monitoring. And we don't necessarily need to have a modeling tool to support this.
Yeah, I think yeah, PM 2.5 at a minimum, but really, as Ms. Margaret's saying, heavy metals, VOCs, those can be harder to do in real time, as you are well aware. But I think at least some degree of downwind monitoring of hazardous air pollutants would make a lot of sense, or random canister sampling, something like that.
I think I used the wrong word in that, but I'm glad I did, because that was also really important, the monitoring. Notification. What type of notification system do you think would work best for the community?
Yeah, notifications. Yeah, that's tough, because people do definitely communicate in different ways these days. Not everybody listens to the radio anymore. You know, text alerts. I think those would probably be the most valuable. You know, similar to the way that you know, you get traffic alerts on your phone, police activities, things like that. Having targeted alerts via text message would probably make the most sense to begin with, but that's part of what Ms. Margaret and her team are looking into right now, is how the community would most like to communicate around these issues.
And like people, y'all need to understand, we've had 3 fires in 5 years. 3. And each time there was no way for us to find out updates as far as what was happening. Any more questions?
I'm curious, there's the Nixle alerts that work with local cities and local agencies to send text alerts to anybody that signs up for anything that's going on, from a fire or a traffic incident. Is there any efforts to work with Nixle and the city of Oakland to have those alerts?
Well, that's a good question, but who would do it?
It's the city of Oakland. They have a partnership with Nick.
They have
Yeah.
What department? Is it at the mayor's office?
Yeah, that
Is it
I don't know.
response
Yeah.
office? But who? That is one of the things that has to happen. Who is doing, will provide what?
Mm-hmm.
We have no idea.
Yep. I'm happy to, I don't know the answer of who at the city of Oakland, but I know, like, I sign up for those Nixle alerts, and I've been in a situation where there was a fire in Fremont, and I found out through Nixle that it was close by. So perhaps we can bridge that gap. I'm sure there's got to be somebody at the city of Oakland that's aware of it, but let's try to dig into that and find out. Thank you.
I've been in the same place for 30 years. Have never known the city to do anything like that. So is it the fire department who's supposed to do it? Is it the Department of Transportation, Life Enrichment? Who? The mayor's office, the city administrator's office? That's a question that y'all need to send to them to ask them, what is the process for them to plan to do the who or the what?
Yeah, that's asking a lot for individuals to be able to navigate that. So somewhere in this process between DTSC and resources that we have, that's an important set of questions and answers for you. So I think that's one that we can probably handle faster than some of the other things, but thank you. Any other public board members?
Thank you for your presentation and for your continued advocacy in this area. Can you share, let us know whether you've given your list of asks to DTSC as well as to Radius? And if yes, which portion of those asks and requests have already been met?
Well, right now, we have, for the last close to 9 months, have been meeting with the Rapid Response Task Force on the Cal EPA and USEPA that have an MOU. We have not, this is the first time that we all been in the same room to put anything in print. All right, this is the first time. No one from DTSC has asked us to have to sit down between the two of us. That has not happened. But we have been more involved in the RRTF and with multiple agencies to find how to deal with the issue of permitting. So we do have that.
Thank you for that. I'm glad we could provide this common space for all of us to hear each other. So thank you for that.
All right.
I just want to close out this comment and say there's folks from DTSC in the room. So if you do give something in writing, and it would go to the board as well.
I'm gonna take that back. We did have lunch with the communication officer, Eric. We did have that. We did do that. But as far as a public meeting, we have not been in the same room with multiple stakeholders, agencies, the city, or just government. No, we have not had that.
Yes, and we do really again appreciate Radius in being more open to took us on a tour the other day. We're learning the questions to ask right now, essentially, and that's the process and the phase that we're in right now. As Ms. Margaret mentioned, with the Rapid Response Task Force, that it is a great group of agencies who have come together to discuss, the ways in which they can address certain concerns of the community, and we're trying to break down those silos. I think as the kind of voice of the community in many ways, or any community really that has industrial activities operating within it. WEIP is kind of uniquely positioned to help get people around the table, but really we're trying to find out like what it exactly could be solutions here right now.
If you saw on the slides, that we have no problem about doing collaboration.
Right.
That's key. That's number one. We ain't never said we would not sit down and talk with them. We never said, no, we're gonna go direct to a lawsuit. No, we have not had, we have for over 17 years have had some form of a collaboration.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, I used the click. Okay, perfect. Hi, board members. Eric Potashner, Chief Public Affairs Officer at Radius Recycling. You'll hear from myself, John Adair, our Chief Communications Officer, and Mario Mandler, our Vice President of Environmental Operations. I'm going to give a very brief, high-level overview of the operation, what we do, why we are where we are, why we think it's important. Mariana will speak to our environmental infrastructure and our efforts on emissions containment, and then finally, John will speak to our operations.
Bear in mind, please, the mics don't broadcast.
Yeah,
They're for people on Zoom,
I will speak as loudly as I can. All right. Just at a high level, just want to talk about metals for one quick second. As some people know, metal is the most recyclable material on Earth. And the key point that I would want to make here is our low carbon transition, our energy transformation, our transportation transformation, our digital transformation with AI. We can't get to where we want to get to without metal. Specifically copper and aluminum play key roles there. And we are short globally, specifically on copper, from the demand that we're going to need to get to where we want to get to and the supply we have. So metals recycling becomes even more important in playing that role of filling those gaps. Also, it is a alternative to mining raw materials and the environmental impacts that go along with that. So at a high level, that's what our company does, is we take the obsolete materials, the products, and we process them. We break them back down into ferrous for steel, non-ferrous, and then farther in non-ferrous from copper and aluminum primarily, and get them back into the marketplace for remanufacturing. And a lot of that remanufacturing now is for low carbon technologies. So let me speak a little bit about our Oakland terminal. We look at it as a regional asset. It is one of only 2 metal shredders in the 9-county Bay Area. It plays a crucial role in that metals recycling service that I just spoke about. Our Oakland facility employs 125 employees, half of whom are represented by a local union. And just to understand the scale of this operation, each year we are processing and exporting 1 million metric tons of material. In that bucket is 150,000 end-of-life automobiles, tens of thousands of obsolete appliances, washers, dryers, refrigerators. We do that under, and we will speak to that, in a environmental management system. So it's all done responsibly. But the scale at which, the material at which we are processing at this facility, everything has to go somewhere, and most of what happens here in Northern California ends up at this facility when it comes to metal. We play a critical role on essential infrastructure when we've had disasters, earthquakes with the collapse of the Cypress Street Viaduct, the Embarcadero Freeway, from the Loma Prieta earthquakes, from wildfire debris. Those are burned out automobiles and other metal structures. That material comes to this facility for processing. Our public infrastructure, whether it's our BART train retirements, Candlestick Park, the Bay Bridge. Don't read, we need to read the whole list there, but I would like to point out the last one, CARB vehicle non-compliance. So as we have programs like Carl Moyer, and we're bringing on electric vehicles to replace emissions intensive vehicles, those vehicles need to be taken off the road and recycled. They're recycled at our facility. During COVID-19, we were identified as essential critical infrastructure, and we stayed open throughout the time of the pandemic. And let me just speak a little bit to why we are where we are. On the West Coast of the United States, we don't have a whole lot of steel making, copper smelters, aluminum smelters. The material that we process and separate and prepare for recycling and remanufacturing needs to go to export. The freight and costs of bringing it back to the other side of the country would knock out the value of the material itself, which is why we are on the port. So each year we're loading up to 32 vessels per year. Each vessel is over 30,000 metric tons each. We sold into 20 countries last year, and this is our largest and most efficient of our 7 deep water ports in the company. And from there, I'm going to hand it over to Mariano, unless there's any questions before I go forward. Nope.
All right. Can you hear me okay? Okay, Mariano Mandler with, I head up the environmental team at Radius. Good afternoon. So I get to talk about what's going really well. And one of those things is the reuse of our stormwater. So we, at Radius, we capture, we treat, and we reuse the stormwater that we get at the facility. We reuse it for beneficial purposes, including processed water. We also use it for dust control. We use it for wheel washing of vehicles before they exit our facility. In addition, we have a fully paved on-site working surface throughout the facility. So that minimizes the fugitive emissions, and it also minimizes the track out when trucks exit the site. I'm gonna go to air emissions management. I've been with Radius about 10 months. I live in the local community. I can tell you that the men and women of Radius get up every day to work responsibly, to work safely, and to work in compliance with all of our regulatory requirements. The company invested over $39 million in state-of-the-art emissions control systems and shredder enclosures. And this makes the Oakland site one of the cleanest mega shredders in the United States. The enclosure itself traps 97+% of our emissions. And then through the 3-train system that you see on the picture, we control 98% of emissions from our production. And we trap particulate matter and organic compounds. Let me go back to a comment that Eric made around the circular economy and the overall impact on the environment. So 12,000, on average, 12,000 vehicles, end-of-life vehicles get to the Oakland facility for recycling. Out of those 12,000, on average, about 1,000 come from the Oakland community. Those 1,000 vehicles are end-of-life vehicles. They tend to pollute more than the newer vehicles. And through state and local incentives, those vehicles are typically replaced with low emissions or zero emissions vehicles, which then has a favorable impact on the community from a transportation perspective. I just wanted to make that connection between air emissions and the overall impact on emissions in the community from our operations. And then can I turn it over to you, John? Thank you. Yes.
So you're saying because it's end-of-life vehicles being replaced with something better, secondary gain is there's less, but those are end-of-life vehicles anyway, wherever they go, right?
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to be sure there wasn't some unique program.
There are unique programs as Eric mentioned.
Okay.
Do you have a question related to this? Yeah. Can you, so the 97% capturing, that's emissions that you're producing, right?
Yeah.
By the machinery in the shredders. Is that capturing the trucks that are coming in? Is
No.
that?
No, it doesn't capture the off-road or the, this is production emissions.
Just production.
But the 97% is the efficiency of the
production.
No, it's the efficiency of the enclosure.
Correct. Okay. Just wanted to know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good question. Thank you.
See if I can push the right button here. Okay, so again, appreciate having the team come and do a tour last week. We grateful to have them, and you know we often extend tours to the community, right? We're proud of our facility. We're proud of what we do, and we'll talk a little bit of steps that we've taken. And I've been part of this facility now for going on 6 years. So from a 6-year lifespan of where we were to where we are is pretty amazing in my view. But I really want to focus on what have we been working on. Obviously, light fibrous material is one of the key things that we're focused on, and we've done several things over the last 6 months or so to improve the mitigation of LFM and also make sure it stays on site. And we also have permitting and process to even improve more to ensure that that material is either eliminated at the source or at least retained on property. So we'll talk a little bit about that. The area that you see in the picture to the left there, that is when we produce a metal shred, it creates two products. It creates a ferrous metallic product that goes and is ready to be sold and exported. And then we create a metal shredder aggregate that is a combination of a lot of non-ferrous metallics along with dirt, glass, and other components that goes through another processing facility. So what you see here, this area, this is where that material comes off of the shredder. We have built this container wall. The wall itself of containers is 30 feet high. And on top of that, we have a 16-foot overarching kind of a candy cane type material to keep that material in there, and it blocks it from the wind on essentially 3 3/4 sides. Since building that, we have seen improvements, significant improvements in that. To the east of that, where our ferrous material goes, we've also built another incremental wall that keeps that material from transitioning to the east side of the property. And then finally, to the picture to the right, you can see on the east side of the property between us and the adjoining property, again, a 3-foot high container wall that runs all the way down the east side of our property to eliminate that mitigation. So we've done new fencing, we've done secondary containment, we've anchored to the ground, we've done a lot of work around infrastructure, as I mentioned, as well as more permitting that is in process to even go further. This facility to the top of the picture, just to the right, that is where we process our metal shredder aggregate. That is a enclosed facility under roof with a bag house, and all of our non-ferrous operations take place inside of that facility. And essentially what we're able to do there is we're able to separate the metallics. So we're able to make coppers, we're able to make aluminum products, we're able to make stainless steel products, so forth and so on, that is then able to be sent back into the market. And as you know, if we're getting it from that, we're not having to mine from a base piece. So once all that material is undergone, it comes back through the facility, and it goes through a treatment and stabilization process and sent to landfill with cement and a sodium silicate solution. And then finally, just best management practices, man. We continue to work to improve these and refine them as we can. But we've enhanced inspection and maintenance procedures of our shredder downstreams to ensure that they're working optimally. We work very closely to ensure that all of our chutes and those type of things, as you can imagine, you're dealing with metal, so things have to be repaired often, but we have some best-in-class maintenance procedures to ensure that our downstream and our handling facility works at optimum efficiency. We've limited our NFR piles and metal shredder aggregate piles and tonnage on outside. So we've made a commitment to reduce the amount of that material that we will stock on site. And if we find that we're going over that material, we stop the operations of shredding until we get below our committed levels. We have these sweepers, as you see here, that run around the facility throughout the day. We're constantly applying water, which we're recycling, as Mario mentioned. We sweep continuously on our facilities, and we have an environmental impact team of individuals that literally walk our facility and walk the perimeter of our facility to ensure that we retain any of that LFM. And that's what these are some of the things that we do. Again, the young men and women that are from the community, many of them in West Oakland community, they come there. We're proud to have them there. We're proud to be part of the community. We have been for decades. We continue to work hard to improve our operations.
Thank you.
And then lastly, I know the issue of fires has been brought up by Ms. Margaret. I'm going to just talk briefly about a few of the operational measures that and infrastructure that we have on site to mitigate and create fire safety and response capabilities. John in his last slide talked about a bevy of water spraying equipment, from water cannons to misting turbines to watering trucks. So our site is constantly watering down materials to help fire prevention. We have installed infrared cameras throughout the facility, allowing continuous monitoring during the operational hours. We have deluge sprinklers and fire suppression foam, which is used inside the shredder enclosure and the joint products plant. We have pile separation or fire breaks between our materials, stockpiles to create fire access in the event of a fire. At our 1.2 million gallon water storage tank, there is a hose valve where our fire department can tap into to get water access in case they are brought on site. We also keep non-PFAS fire suppression foam on site for fire suppression to be used by our our crew and as well as first responders that show up. Did I capture everything here? Oh, and we have multiple fire hydrants available for improved access on the facility as well. So those are the measures that we have in place there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I didn't get your name, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, John Bear.
Hi, John. I'd like to address the question to you where you talk about the maximum levels.
Yes.
What drives the maximum level? How do you arrive at what the maximum level is?
Yeah, so what drives that is we essentially, based on what our normal intake is of shreddable material, that as that separation takes place, right, that is roughly 2 days of material, give or take a little bit of that. And that stockpile allows us to stay within that containment area you've seen,
Okay.
or put it inside of that building where we're
So
able to
it's
store it.
space.
Yes, ma'am.
It's basically space. That's what I wanted to understand. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. One is, once the material gets processed and it's ready to be to leave the facility, what does that look like on a daily basis? How does it get out?
Yeah, so the majority of our material, if it's non-ferrous, so the aluminums, those types of things, it's loaded by container
Okay.
and taken to the port and then loaded on container ships. If it is ferrous product, the majority of it, 95% more, give or take a little bit, is loaded on those deep water vessels, 30,000 to 33,000 metric tons on average. And then they're shipped overseas. Some of our material will go by rail, but very, very limited goes back out onto the road.
Okay. And how many ships are we talking about on a daily basis?
Ships on
or vessels?
Vessels, as Eric mentioned, we load between 26 and 32 vessels annually.
Okay.
And containers, it really depends on the volume, but we're probably shipping a few hundred containers a month at least.
Okay. And these are diesel, right?
What's that?
Are these diesel operated?
The
vessels?
The vessels, yeah, that
yeah.
are coming in.
Yeah. Okay. And then I have another question not related to operations, more about the emergency response. Thank you for highlighting that, being that it was brought today. And it sounds like there's a lot of regulations being put in place. Let's assume something happens, and hopefully not. Has there been, because it sounds like there's been incidences in the past, right? At least that's what was shared today. What is the external communication, or is there an external communication to the residents? Because we just heard about internally.
So as Miss Margaret spoke to, we've, I think, begun a new chapter on collaborating on opportunities. The communication lines to the community at large from our facility is an opportunity that's been identified, and we like the opportunity to communicate on an opportunity. So I think that there is opportunity to, I keep saying opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities.
Yes, we're going to work with Miss Margaret and the community on how we can find new ways to communicate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
We're assuming we're all going to get to hear back on it somewhere along the line, right? That's great. Thank you.
I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the fires that we heard about, in terms of, one, just what caused those fires, and then two, you mentioned several fire mitigation and suppression measures that have been taken, and I just wonder, have those been implemented post-fire? And if not, have you identified, how these would prevent the fires in the future?
Thank you for the question. So the incident you're talking about is we have an external inquiry and investigation going on to it. So I won't be able to speak to that incident today.
Where the fire suppression and mitigation measures implemented.
Again, I think what I've talked about in terms of our abilities around fire suppression is what I can say today. Thanks.
Yeah, I do. You have very large on-site water storage, and you're also so very close as the crow flies to the East Bay Mud main plant. Do you have opportunities for taking on recycled water? Given how intrinsically water is part of your day-to-day O&M, is there an opportunity to sort of offload potable water demand with recycled water use? I know I know you're close, but it's not
believe
necessary.
we've had those conversations with East Bay Mud. I just to reiterate what Mariana said, we are reusing all the water on site for our process, but to take on additional, we haven't had those conversations.
It may not be for now, given other priorities, but given the amazing amount of storage that you do have and that you do have water trucks, I'm just, at some point in the future, it would be great to explore if we can reduce our dependence on potable water.
Always happy to talk.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I just wanted to share that while some of the presentations were going on, our team was looking up how to connect Scott Andrews with the city of Oakland and Nixle. And it seems like there is an ability for community organizations, authorized agencies to do alerts. So we're hoping to close that gap. Hopefully there's no fire in the future, but if there is a mechanism in place to alert residents. And so Sheena and Evelyn have looked into that and have connected the information with Scott Andrews and West Oakland Indicators Project. And then perhaps you can share the information with Radius Recycling as well. Thank you.
One other question, really appreciate your willingness to work collaboratively with the community on developing some notification systems. I think we also heard that there was some requests for monitoring, and I think I heard that you mentioned there was monitoring on site. Would you be amenable to working with the community and or other agencies on community monitoring systems?
When you say community monitoring, are you talking about air monitoring or are you talking about the fire?
Air.
Yes.
I believe air, they said PM and some other.
Yeah. And in fact, we're working with DTSC and the Bay Area Air Quality Management District on fence line monitoring protocol. So the answer is yes.
Go to DTSC, yeah.
I'd like to invite.
And just as a reminder, there will be public comment that will follow on. And so please, everybody stay put.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity to bring government together with the regulated industry and with community. Extremely grateful to you, Ms. Margaret, your team, Brian, Scott, and WOEP, to leading the collaborative effort with us agencies. I think there's a lot more work we have to do, a lot more to come. But thank you for your leadership on that. And also thank you to the Radius team that has been quite responsive to the department's corrective action request post-fire last August. That being said, we all saw on the news last night another stark reminder of why it's so important to have clear rules and regulations for the metal shredding industry. So there was a fire last night at Sims in Redwood City. Our team went out this morning to respond and investigate. And again, sadly, it's not surprising that another fire happened. There are things that can be done to prevent these fires. And that's what we'd like to see going forward, is clear rules and regulations under DTSC's oversight. We have the capacity and the knowledge and the expertise to oversee and enforce those kinds of regulations. And so that sort of sets the stage for a short history lesson. Metal shredding in the state of California has long been an important industry to support metal recycling across the state. And it was in the 80s, in 1984 specifically, that DTSC sent letters to all the operators at the time, notifying them that the waste generated from these operations is in fact hazardous waste under our regulations in the state of California. So it's an important distinction that generally speaking, a waste from these facilities is not federally regulated. But we have found through our studies and our research that they generate waste that exceeds California regulatory thresholds for hazardous waste, primarily driven by lead, copper, zinc. So that kicked off a very long back and forth between government and the industry over the rules and regulations. And so I won't get into all the details of that history, but still today, our authority is being challenged through many different lawsuits that we'll speak to at a high level in just a bit. So the Radius recycling team generally described the process. I'll go over it again briefly. It begins with processing the incoming automobiles, appliances. Generally, the cars come crushed from feedlots. The cars and the other appliances have to be what's called depolluted, so that any kind of oil in the tanks and other things are taken out of the cars. And that those incoming metals are processed in the hammer mill. So the hammer mill is a very powerful mechanical crushing machine that, in my very technical words, that crushes the metal and generates the metal shredder aggregate, which is essentially a mix of the ferrous metal, the non-ferrous metal, plastics as well, rubbers, glass, other debris from those used cars and appliances. And that first step, the ferrous metal separation, happens using magnets. And then what's not separated there into the ferrous metals is further separated through a non-ferrous metal separation process. Usually that's done differentiating different, physical properties, different sizes, densities of other recoverable metals. And then this last step at the bottom here, the chemical stabilization treatment, that is a chemical process that's used to treat the remaining metal shredder residue, and that's sent off to landfills to use as alternative daily cover. So DTSC published a report back in, the draft was 2018, it was finalized in 2021, establishing the department's position that at the point of the hammer mill is when hazardous waste is generated. And since that time, DTSC's position has been, and under the leadership of Director Williams, sort of doubled down on the importance of getting this industry into a DTSC permitting or some kind of other authorization regime. Metal shredders are located across the state. There's 9, and primarily around the ports, as we learned, because a lot of the recoverable metals are sent through barges overseas and through transported through the coastal ports. So we heard about the environmental concerns and public health problems, heavy metals being one of them. And we see the heavy metals being transported off-site through the light fibrous material that Dylan will talk more about. Also through air emissions, heavy metals can transport to exposed communities nearby, if not properly contained or mitigated or prevented. Fires, as we know, they happen often. And that can be really impactful for people living nearby. As we heard from WOEP, especially people with chronic illnesses or asthma, can easily exacerbate those symptoms and result in someone who has asthma now going to the emergency room. And sometimes the fires are quite large scale and difficult to contain. So they can, burn the course of the day until they're put out or the pile's burnt out. The other issue not having these facilities permitted is that there's no financial assurance set aside for cleanup like our other permitted facilities. Cumulative impacts to surrounding communities is another concern. And we heard from Ms. Margaret and Scott, truck emissions is probably one of the primary contributing factors to this cumulative impact issue. So again, to reiterate, the regulated industry is and has been for some time challenging DTSC's authority to control the on-site metal shredder activities. And it's really for the off-site releases that we do have clear authority, and we have been able to make good progress with our enforcement activities. So our regulatory initiative that has been ongoing for over a decade, and in recent years, again under Director Williams' leadership, we've really been doubling down on sort of this multi-pronged strategy through enforcement, legal, permitting, and site mitigation. It's a true cross-department effort to oversee and regulate the metal shredding industry. So I'll hand it over to Dylan, who will talk more about enforcement.
All right, hi there. So my name is Dylan Clark. I am a branch chief in the Office of Criminal Investigations, which is in the Hazardous Waste Management Program under Katie. So I've been involved in enforcement and metal shredders since about 2013. And so I've been out there collecting samples, inspecting facilities since about then. So I started off, and working with a lot of colleagues who have laid the groundwork for me to be here today, who have since retired. And I appreciate all of you out there who may be watching for all the hard work you've done. So here are some of the common violations that we see at these metal shredder facilities. Failure to minimize a release means failure to minimize a release of hazardous waste or hazardous waste constituents. And typically those would be things that contain heavy metals, like lead or zinc, and those would be like LFM releases. And then here's another one that we cite is the failing to minimize for a fire. Those are the ones that we cite 3 times, that you see at Schnitzer. We sent an SOV or gave an SOV today to Sims for yesterday's fire. So that should be out there soon. And so those are, like I said, common violations. So common, we saw one yesterday. And then illegal disposal of hazardous waste, that's related to LFM as well. And then another one, failure to remove materials that require special handling. I'll get further into that, but that's just taking stuff out of appliances that needs to be handled as hazardous waste and not thrown through a shredder. And so I'll go through that in a second. All right, so this is kind of what it looked like around a lot of shredders when I first started looking at them, or I mean, we first started looking at them in 2013, and that's light fibrous material, and it exhibits the hazardous waste characteristic of toxicity for heavy metals. And like I said, typically these would be lead, zinc, some copper, and chromium, things like that. So when we first went around and looked at a lot of these shredders, this is the amount of LFM we were finding, like blankets, people working in the ports next door to these shredders, commonly, walking through this stuff. So we collected samples. We worked, with local district attorney's offices and the AG's office, and did enforcement at a lot of these shredding facilities throughout the state. And these enforcement activities took a long time, right? I mean, so there's authority challenged, trying to figure out, even trying to link the LFM to these facilities. And so all of these were long battles that we had, but some of them led to good things, like the enclosure of the shredder that you saw Schnitzer's show before, or sorry, Radius show before. As a consequence of our, enforcement actions, that shredder got enclosed, and we've seen various improvements, like they enclosed their non-ferrous metal separation facilities as well, things like that. So that has led to improvements that we've seen in the offsite releases. Here's another example of fibrous material being released in a car, parked out in the parking lot of a shredder. And so this is what we've been working on with all of these facilities to stop the releases of it. And you can imagine, like, these things are offsite, convincing, people that, we only see this stuff around the shredders, all this stuff. It took a while to make sure all this evidence was proven, and to get these things to get improved. And we still see LFM released from some locations, while not in this amount. We definitely see it released, and still being released. After the 2021 settlement that we had with Schnitzer and Radius, we wanted to see how their improvements had done on the release of LFM. So we were monitoring the areas around Schnitzer for LFM releases, and also we set up like a particulate matter monitoring system that was an air monitoring of releases from Radius Recycling. And we worked with West Oakland Environmental Indicators Products on releasing that data. And we worked with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District on evaluating that data. And, part of that is being used, and what I think Radius had been talking about before, so that we can move forward with perhaps doing some air monitoring in the communities and fence line air monitoring, to help determine, how much is being released into the community from Radius Recycling. And we hope to implement these measures at all the other shredders as well. So, all right. Let's see the next one. Here is an example of like an appliance that would have MERS still in it. The refrigerators, they have used oil in them. There are compressors in the refrigerators, and they have used oils, and that are supposed to be removed before they are shredded. A lot of times these things come in on big truckloads to these shredding facilities, and it's hard, for them to catch in their when they're doing their load checks program. Thank you. And so these things get through, and they can go through the shredder, get released into the environment, get perhaps lead to these fires that start at these facilities being worse than they are. One of the main places we find that these fires take place at these facilities is in these piles that contain the light scrap or the appliances, things like that. And appliances have MERS in them. And if that isn't properly removed and load check programs aren't in place to properly check, then these things can get through. So that's another way So there's a couple things. And then they're also, the people are supposed to have removed it before it gets there as well. And so there's a program that we have, the certified appliance recyclers at DTSC, which we do inspect those facilities, which they're supposed to be. Yeah. No worries. And there are forms that accompany these appliances that kind of are supposed to ensure that all the stuff has been removed from them before they get to places like this. Okay. So it's, there's downstream issues as well. All right, so we've got several enforcement cases going on right now at the shredders throughout the state, and some of them are pending an ISRI lawsuit, which is litigation that I'll discuss in a minute. But and then we've also got inspections taking place at each of these facilities, and we're going to these facilities like we did today with Sims when we see if there's a fire, things like that. So we're also responding to these things as well. And so we've got a constant enforcement oversight at these facilities, which, like I would say, has led to a lot of improvements at these facilities, and us seeing a lot less releases, and hopefully as we move forward, fewer fires. Let's see. Here is just a slide on the Radius and the 3 fires that they have had. But it's another thing, as we work with them through enforcement as a consequence of these fires and our responses to these fires. And DTSC has really led the other agencies and in Cali, PA, and the local agencies like the Bay Area Air Quality Management District to pay closer attention to these facilities. Fires like this could get everyone's attention and bring people in, but DTSC, like I said, has been looking at these things since 2013. But as a consequence of these fires, that Rapid Response Task Force came into play, and so there's been a lot more eyes on shredders and things like that when these fires happen. And so it's been great to have these other agencies hop on board with us and really start to look at these facilities as well. But in this case, these fires, when we went out and responded to them, we've been working with them to get infrared cameras on these piles, monitor the sizes of these light scrap piles. That's one thing that, like I was saying, that's where a lot of these fires take place, is in those light scrap piles with the appliances, and getting through those piles so they don't sit there day after day seems to be a great way to prevent these fires. And so we've been working with Radius in particular on making sure their pile sizes stay a certain size, putting breaks between those piles. And those are the types of things we'd also like to see like other shredders do as well, that can help hopefully prevent fires at these places. And right now, we've referred these enforcement cases over to the Attorney General's office, but and we've been also closely working with Radius. Some of the active litigation we have going on. So there is a lawsuit from the industry saying that we don't have the authority to regulate them. And we've got this lawsuit from the Oakland A's saying we're not regulating them hard enough. So we get it from both sides. So that means we're doing a good job or something, right? And then there's we have enforcement matters at all 9 of the shredders as well. And those are, at various stages and in various processes, we're working with them. But let's just say enforcement, it's worked to get a lot of these places cleaned up so far. But, you saw how it took us a long time. It took us, a lot of back and forth, a lot of working with district attorneys or AG's offices. And there's still things that, we think improvements that need to be made at these facilities. And that's why, permitting them would be a great, help to preventing these things, and oversight from us to help prevent, harm to the neighborhoods that are already impacted. And then I'll give this back to.
Do the Oakland A's still have standing?
No. Sacramento.
All right, so I'll just touch on permitting. Again, they're challenging, the regulated industry has been challenging our permitting authority. So right now we're reviewing and processing 2 permit applications, one for Sims Redwood City, one from Schnitzer Steel. And we received the Schnitzer Steel revised permit application in October. It's still undergoing review. We're working on a second notice of deficiency for that one. And then Sims Redwood City is trailing just behind in timeline. And that first notice of deficiency will go out soon. On the site mitigation side of things, recalling we don't have a permit to put that financial assurance aside, so we can still use our corrective action authority to compel facilities to have cleanup and corrective action in place that needs to be. And so just recently, SA Terminal Island signed a consent order that included corrective action. Again, that's something that sort of a model for other facilities if we need to take similar action that we'd like to continue. And then we also have for metal recyclers that are smaller scale, 25 facilities with corrective action being needed, 7 have a cleanup process underway. So in summary, sort of the crux of the issue that we face as a regulatory agency, as government, is our authority to regulate the metal shredder aggregate after that hammer mill step, and industry continuing to claim that it's not a waste. It does have economic value. We realize that, but it also contains a waste stream that, if not managed properly, safely, can be impactful and pose a threat to public health and safety. So we're continuing to pursue enforcement. We'll continue to defend our authority in court. And we are hopeful, though, from recent conversations, especially with Radius after this latest fire, that industry is also recognizing the benefit and the need of having the prevention measures in place, being a good community partner, being a good neighbor. And so I'm hopeful that we can continue that positive dialogue to bring about positive change for the communities. Thank you.
Let's proceed with board discussion and questions. Who'd like to start? Georgette?
Yeah, thank you for that, the presentation. I have 2 questions. One is in relation to your comment about the not being able to, there's no assurances or no resources in relation to cleanup once they leave, what that looks like, right? How can that be fixed?
Mm-hmm. So through a permitting or authorization vehicle, through new legislation, new regulations, or using our hazardous waste permit regime that we already have. So those, like I said, clear rules, regulations, inclusive of financial assurance, need to be in place.
And is that something that you're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, we're exploring all avenues at the department. And like I said, we'll continue to use our corrective action authority in the meantime.
Okay. And then my other question is in relation to emergency response in general. If I feel that there is a nexus as DTSC is permitting or re-permitting, but that should be part of the requirement to have an emergency response plan to communicate with the community.
Mm-hmm.
And have it be in a relevant language. Is that something that?
Yeah, so contingency planning is something that's typically a part of our permits.
Mm-hmm.
and it's something that can easily be built in.
Mhm.
You know, the conversation earlier about, you know, Nixle or having some kind of also local government initiated response
Mhm.
is something that we can continue to talk to our local agency partners about as well.
Okay.
So
But
I think
what-
it's a both and, right?
Yeah.
We can,
I think so.
yeah.
Yeah. I think that's important because I know San Diego, we have had a couple of fires.
Mhm.
One was in relation to the Navy. And there wasn't a single regulator that was taking pro-action. It was actually the DJ organization that was on the ground communicating with residents and communicating with the agencies in terms of what's going on.
Mhm.
Sounds like here's the same example. There was another SA recycling is in San Diego. And actually that's another question. When you show the metal shredders, that caught my attention that San Diego wasn't part of it. Because there is a SA recycling in San Diego. Just curious.
Mhm.
It may be a recycler and not a shredder.
So yeah, that's,
It could be.
yeah.
Okay, got it. But
That's a
they-
good question, yeah,
they
to make
too had a
sure.
fire,
Mhm.
and it's right in the middle of the community. It just feels like that response aspect is very critical.
No, I mean, I haven't heard about that one, but at these feeder yards too, they tend to have these
Mhm.
light scrap piles as well. And like those light scrap piles that have the appliances catch on fire. There was one in Fresno, I think last week or 2 weeks ago. And so, you know, our oversight at the shredders, but also these recyclers too, we're going out to them and paying attention to them and making sure, you know, they're taking all the steps they need to prevent fires as well. So.
Thank you. That's all.
Am I correct that in order to have a financial assurance, it has to be tied to a permitted facility? So permitting these facilities would allow you to create a financial assurance post-closure. But if you're
Exactly.
not permitting them, then you don't have that option. Is that correct?
That's right.
Which goes to the case for getting some kind of permitting scenario in place. And now we're talking about the metal shredders. For the recyclers, are recyclers permitted or not?
No.
Is that an issue for you as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it also becomes an issue in being able to be more preventative and have the on-site controls that we need in place. Yeah.
And the recyclers, some of the recyclers, they have this certified appliance recycling program. So it's not like a permit to us, but they do have to send an application to us to say that, you know, they're going to be kind of registered to remove MRSH from appliances, things like that.
Right, so they're registered and then something happens and they abandon or they go out of business. You have no way. I'm just trying to, the financial assurance effort seemed to be so important for post-closure. At least that's the way I've come to understand it, that you can't have somebody bankrupt and leave us another Exide or another whatever, right? So we've got a financial assurance program, and I'm just trying to understand all the things that it attaches to or doesn't. And so that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, so that certification Dylan mentioned, I don't believe it includes financial assurance, but we can get back to you too on what all those requirements are for the recyclers. Yeah.
I had one question just about the multi-agency task force, between US EPA, DTSC, BACMed, and the Regional Water Quality Board. Are there multiple types of task forces throughout California, or is this just a one-off for this area in specific?
This is specific to the fire that happened after, last August, at Schnitzer, or now Radius. And now, at WOEP's request, it's looking like it will be evolving into a collaborative effort, not just rapid response to that one fire, but more now long-term, how do we find solutions to cumulative impacts and other concerns, which is a welcome evolution of that group. So it's not statewide, to answer your question.
I'm just go ahead.
I just wanted to say a part of it derives also from the Cal EPA, US EPA Environmental Justice MOA that envisions in 7 specific communities, as Ms. Margaret had referenced, including West Oakland, that there would be this unified response to compliance issues, of which this is the first coming out of that MOA to form a task force of this kind. It sets the groundwork for being able to do that in other places, but it also gives focus purposefully to 7 communities around California.
I'm just curious, in light of what's happening at Sims, if something like a task force or collaborative effort can be replicated in other areas that are facing the same issues.
Right, and so yeah, this task force was opened in response to the fire, right? This rapid response team, but there are task forces throughout the state related to just general environmental crimes, and that we meet, and we get together on these things. So we do have collaboration with other agencies, local agencies on other issues, but this is one specifically to the shredders.
Sorry. I'm hearing a lot of willingness to collaborate here, both from the part of the community and the part of the industry and also on the part of DTSC. And my question is a very broad one, which is how do we mobilize all of this energy around collaboration? It seems like you're already on a path in terms of figuring out the financial assurance piece. But my question also for you is there a role that the board can play? In the context of the hazardous waste management plan and report, we've talked about letting us know where we can figure out policy interventions or areas to progress where DTSC feels like it doesn't have the purview to move the needle at an industry level. And given all this energy, I wonder if there's a role we can play at an industry-wide level to influence some change.
I think bringing us here today is a great first step. Like Ms. Margaret says, this is the first time we've all been in the same room. And so, follow-up discussions along these same lines would be helpful. So thank you for your facilitation on that end. I think continuing to do that will be fruitful. And nothing else comes to mind specifically, but we will definitely keep that top of mind as we move forward. Thank you.
As FYI, West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project is doing this with no funding. We are at the head of the table with leadership. We're not receiving any funding, only because why we are sitting at the table is because this is in West Oakland, and our reputation of dealing with air, water, and soil is well known, but we are not receiving any funding from any agency, general fund, city, federal, county, or DTSC to do this process.
That's a really good point. Well, now I have another follow-up question to that, but I'll ask my first one is, Shushma read my mind, which my first question was, going to be, how do we have, what role does DTSC have? And after hearing the community concerns, how you can help further those requests. I think we mentioned a little earlier about, emergency response systems that generally can be part of a permit. Also wanting to hear maybe about the air monitoring, fencing monitoring, as well as community monitoring, whether or not you're thinking about that as part of your authority. And even outside of a permit, if there are other avenues, if there is, kind of a collaborative spirit here, that there can be some movement toward that before even a permit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so on the air monitoring that Dylan mentioned, his team is working with BACMed and reviewing the proposal from Radius to implement air monitoring. So before all that is finalized, I think a huge opportunity is to bring the community into that conversation so that, we can together look at what the air monitoring plan is. So I think that's a follow-up action for us. We need to figure out how to bring community into that conversation of what the air monitoring looks like at Radius going forward. It's an injunctive term, right, of the 2021 settlement to implement that air monitoring. Or did I make that up? Yeah. Okay. So I think there's an opportunity to do that. As far as the fire prevention measures go, we continue to provide updates on how those are going at our meetings. We'll continue to do that. But, I heard, and we continue to hear the need for some kind of siren or alert system. So I made note of needing to prioritize that in our conversations. Yeah.
And I think it was implicit in some of your comments in terms of the fire risk. And, I'm just going to check my understanding, but when the light scrap is mainly coming from the light scrap piles, if they get stacked too high or they're too close because of probably some internal heat, did I get that right?
Scientist that I am, I'm not positive exactly what's starting them. I do know that when they get through them, when they don't sit out there for long periods of time, that it decreases the chances of them happening. When they do sit there for long periods of time, that's when they seem to happen. And, these are the piles that have the appliances that have had MRSH in them. MRSH can be things like, could have been gasoline and that might have been drained out of something that, even though there's no actual liquid in there, there's still residual fumes. And as these things sit there and maybe build up, it could lead to fires. But that's where we tend to see them for sure.
And again, I think this may be an obvious point, but also wanting to check, this is not just an ordinary fire. There is a concern about toxicity becoming airborne because this is hazardous waste that is in these piles. So this is like a special category of fires that has even more risk than like a house fire with just the air pollution.
I think the risk is the metals in there that are, that maybe not even, this could be, these metals that are, when they come in and then they're a part of an appliance, but as they burn and, get exposed. So it's not necessarily even the MRSH in these appliances that's burning, but also the metal in these appliances that burns. Yeah.
And then the last one was to the point about the funding. Because this is maybe an ambiguous DTSC site, would this site be eligible for TAG grant funding? Oh, the TAG grant is the technical assistance grant. It was part of SB 158 and it provides funds for a number of things, related to DTSC sites that are meant to go to community groups seeking some technical assistance.
Yeah, we can look into that. At our last meeting too, EPA mentioned a potential funding source as well. So I think all of the agencies, they do recognize the need to find funding for the community groups leading the effort. So we'll continue to report back on that.
Well, thank you. Three pretty amazing presentations and a lot of common ground and a lot of work yet to be done. So we'd like to hear now from those in the room who've been listening to these, as well as people online. Your public comments or questions are most welcome now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we will now open the floor for public comment for this agenda item number 8, metal shredders presentations. I'll start with the in-room participants. Would anyone like to comment on this item? Please.
Just real quick, thank you. Thank you everyone for the presentations. Again, Scott Lichtig, Deputy Secretary for Cal EPA. Just really wanted to hit quickly on what Katie and Dylan alluded to and Alexis talked about. The task force that is working on this is part of a broader EPA, Cal EPA enforcement program. I will put in a plug. I think late April, the 2-year action plan was released. It was a lot of work went into it. I encourage all of you to take a look. If you have a chance, I can email it to you, Swati, and you can share it around. But so the task force for the Schnitzer facility was part of that. There is also work being done in the Alameda corridor down in Los Angeles, focusing on a bunch of facilities in that area, as well as a focus on illegal dumping in Fresno County and a few other programs looking at communities that have historically suffered these environmental injustices. So it's an important program for Cal EPA and EPA, as well as obviously DTSC.
We may want to have a presentation on that for the good of the whole.
I'll tee it up. All right.
Okay, there you go. Action items. Scott's back. Thank you.
Are there any additional in-room participants that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to go to Zoom. Zoom participants, if you would like to comment on this item for metal shredders presentations, please raise your virtual hands. And in the meantime, Spanish interpreters, please alert me if there are any comments on the Spanish line. Seeing no hands on Zoom, seeing no additional hands in person, Madam Chair, there are also no Spanish comments. That closes out this comment period for this agenda item.
Well, again, on behalf of the whole board and everyone here, I want to thank West Oakland. I want to thank our Radius and DTSC for all being here today. It was really instructive, and it gives us a lot of actions to take and an awareness level that we didn't have before this convening. So we'll welcome you back. We'll look at timelines, and we'll welcome you back for a progress report. That'll be really valuable to all of us. So I think we have action items. Our next item on the agenda, correct, is to talk about the action items from these 2 days of meetings. And I'm sure you're all going to be eager to hear them.
Madam Chair, may I suggest we take a 1-minute break for those who may need to leave, and then I'll be glad to get into our action items.
Okay, great.
1-minute break.
1 minute, so we can say goodbye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
There used to be a metal shredder in San Diego, but it closed, and now it's just a recycler.
Recycling?
Yeah.
They recycle cars. They crush them. No, they still recycle cars and crush them. I think it's a shredder pretending.
Yeah, they just remove the people use and then, oh, they're pretending.
All right, thank you all for coming. We've got to go to our action items now. Okay, everybody, thank you very much for your attention.
I'll just go.
Just go. We're going now.
Okay.
I gave you your minute. Now it's time. You had a minute.
All right. Here we are, agenda item 9, which are our action items. I'll start with the 4 action items from yesterday's meeting, May 22nd. The first was during our executive officer's report. The board heard and voted upon 2 contract funding items and voted to add funds to the 2 existing contracts and to extend them into June 30th of 2026. So those were 2 action items because they were 2 separate contracts, one for Cal Interpretation and Translation Services and one to CSUS for logistics design and facilitation of our meetings. Secondly, the board discussed in the first evaluation of the Department of Toxic Substances Control and its leadership. We opened a public comment period for 30 days, inviting public comment that we would append to that evaluation. The motion to add public comment and transmit it to the Secretary of Cal EPA past 5:00. The board is going to embark with DTSC senior leadership team to discuss how we might approach the next evaluation. And we received comments from the DTSC director at the conclusion of that item. And lastly, yesterday, the board adopted the minutes for our March 20th and 21st and May 20th and 21st meetings. So that was yesterday. It seems like it was a very long time ago. And then today we have several, and I'll try and break them down by the item. During the director's DTSC leadership report, when she spoke about the Exide facility in Los Angeles, she referenced that DTSC is working on an equity in contracting policy, a policy for contracting, and that we are hopeful that that policy may be ready to be presented in brief at our July meeting, but most importantly, that is as a result of the investment of board members in the contracting process, that's resulting in a fundamental change in how the department looks at contracting. Secondly, during the course of our board member reports, there was a request that as we go forward, as DTSC goes forward with the Kettleman permit, that the board would be grateful for a summary of what has changed in the Kettleman permit at a future board meeting when it's timely. And so obviously the public comment period runs through July 2nd. It would not necessarily be in time for our July 17th board meeting, but at the appropriate time thereafter, the board hopes to understand what would change in the Kettleman permit. Next action item would be with regard to establishing the Environmental Justice Action Committee. And that would be, if it's going to be set up in the third quarter, meaning calendar quarter, the July, August, September timeframe, that we are hopeful of hearing at our July meeting about bringing that timing in as close as possible and getting this rolling. Agenda item 4 on the budget. We just wanted to remind everyone that we are co-hosting on May 31st at 10 a.m. a fee workshop, which will then tie in with the July 17th board meeting in Sacramento with regard to fees. In the discussion of the hazardous waste management program, agenda item 5, the chair asked Deputy Director Butler to identify areas that might need new legislative or regulatory authorization or mandate. The chair invited Deputy Director Butler to bring, actually, I think I did this, with regard to our SB 673, that we are hopeful that we might be able to together bring the first of those policy level fact sheets to our August 28th, 29th board meeting. We committed to adding to our website how in an enforcement context, one in the public can submit electronically a complaint. And then the most quick turnaround of all, when Ms. Mazzaros had mentioned the October 2021 letter regarding SB 673, we asked for that to be distributed to the board, and that has already been completed. So thank you very much. In the afternoon today, action item in the public forum, I committed to following up on Ms. McPherson's comment, and we'll discuss it with the contaminated groundwater discharge to Bayona Channel. I will discuss it with the EO of the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. Our executive officer and our public outreach manager followed up with regard to metal shredders on how one might set up for the West Oakland community an alert system. I'm not sure what NIXL stands for, but we agreed we wouldn't use acronyms. So Swathi, what is NIXL? And while you think about that, I'll go on to the next item. The chair asked Deputy Director Butler for an update on where financial assurance requirements in the hazardous waste program may apply. The board notes, and this is not as much an action item, but I feel that we all feel that we're behind this action.
that there are 3 areas in the near term for further collaboration. The air monitoring proposed by Radius, the alert system that would involve DTSC, West Oakland, and Radius, and lastly, the possibility of whether this is eligible for a DTSC tag grant or an EPA grant. And then the very last one is we look forward to distributing the Cal EPA US EPA Environmental Justice MOU 2-year report and inviting you back to present this at a future board meeting. Thank you so much. Madam Chair, that's it for action items.
Thank God for Alexis tracking action items is all I can say. It gives us our working agenda for the next month. Did you have something to?
No, as far as I could see, Nixle is not an acronym. That's just the name.
How should I spell it?
NIXLE.
Okay, I got it. It was phonetic.
Any board members have any closing comments or responses to the action items?
Good meeting.
Well, thank you all. Can we have a motion to adjourn? So moved.
Second.
You want to call our unanimous vote?
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor? Motion passes to
Thank you
adjourn.
so much. And thank you to the staff again. I know it's a
Always.
heavy lift to get us all ready for this. And Aaron, for your first board meeting, and the entire team. So
And
thank
to
you.
our hosts here at Berkeley DTSC.
Yes.
And to our CSUS team that so ably
Absolutely.
supported us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, everyone. The meeting is officially adjourned at 3:45 p.m.